Hello, and welcome to Odin's Call Episode 2. Today we will be having actually everybody join us. Super excited. We're just going to be wrapping up Roberry's backstory really quickly before everybody gets here. So without further ado, let us begin. Just to give a little bit of a backstory or recap as to what happened last time, because we didn't play for, 3 weeks now?
3 weeks.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Ingvar finally left Kattegat on his first raid, had some troubles on sea, lost his axe, but then got his axe back again by a mysterious stranger. Fought his way through many Saxons, but was victorious through the entire thing, but all of it was for naught, because his clan leader, Ubba, Ragnar's son, was captured. They were blown off course and landed on the wrong part of the shore, and were captured by some less than savory individuals. Ingvar was then sent out to find them, and stumbled across their ruined fortress, where he was somewhat outnumbered and made a quick judgment and ran for his life, but to return with reinforcements. You then returned, but you and your party of merry men, if you would, were too slow in getting there, and the captors managed to escape with all of the captees. And that is where we are beginning today's session. Anyways, so that's where we will be starting. It is now morning. If you recall, you guys raided the fortress somewhat at like midnight. But then after searching and going through the whole thing, the sun came up. That's when you saw Oba's ship, and that's where we are picking up. So immediately after seeing Uba's ship, the captain of your ship begins barking out commands to his men, and he starts setting up search parties to immediately try to go and get tracks and find where these individuals went. After he gets a couple parties going, he turns to you and he goes, Ingvar, come here for a second.
What can I do for you?
I know I have asked much of you already, and you have been very, very useful. We would not be where we are now without you, but I must ask for your assistance again. Would you take a couple men and join the search parties? You have proven yourself to be very useful, and I want you leading it.
Where would you have a start?
Wherever you think they might have gone, we need to pick up their tracks. So, the rest of the army is going to stay here. This is a very defensible position. We are going to stay here, send out a couple search parties. Once you get wind of where they are, return to us, and we will take care of it with the full force of all of our men. But we need to find them first, and quickly. So hurry. And he waves to 3 other men, who some of them you have, like 2 of them were the ones that went with you to the scouting mission that you first went on,
right?
And then 1 new individual. So
the 2 of the survivors.
Yep, the 2 survivors. So he calls them over and he goes, "Hurry! There is no time to be lost." Is there anything you would like to do before setting out on your hunting mission?
I just want to give a quick look around the place. It might give me any kind of indication of where they might be going.
Okay. Give me either a survival or perception.
Oh, I need to pull up my character. You said survival or perception?
Yes. Survival
All
is,
right, give me
is,
one
is
second
more
to
for
pull up
like
my
looking
character
for
sheet.
tracks, and then perception is just looking for a sign.
Right. Sorry, Roll20 is taking its time to pull up my character sheet. Oh, I'm always well prepared. What can I say? All
It's
right,
nice
I
to not
think I'm gonna
have tons of
do a
stuff.
perception check.
Alrighty.
Hey, after we'll do perception.
7. So I mean, you can tell that they were here. You can kind of tell in a general direction in which they were going, but you don't see any tracks leading in a specific direction. You're just kind of like, oh, we see heavy footprints going into the forest, and then that's all you can find. So you know the general direction, but you don't know
Okay.
how recent it was. You don't know how many there were. Um, Not really any particular information, just more general. We're going this way.
All right. Um, then let me see if I can find some tracks to start following.
Alrighty. So you kind of start heading towards the woods. Oh yeah, there it is. So you
Woo!
kind of are looking around, and since it was a perception, it was more of just like a general, just trying to find something, you know. Um,
Right.
and with a 7 perception, all you find is like what I said, just a basic. This is the direction. But upon entering the forest, that's when you begin to spend more time looking for tracks and under rocks and all this kind of shit. And you actually do find out that there is so the tracks that you're finding, and this is what kind of gives it away that this is them, is there's single tracks. So like maybe one or two people that were walking on each
Like
side,
scouts.
like scouts, yeah. And then a single file line of maybe 5 to 10. You're not exactly sure, but pretty heavily trodden in the center. Um,
Okay.
so what you might gather from that is that possibly these are the prisoners that were bound together in a straight line with the guards posted on the sides, just kind of moving them in a caravan. You can kind of gather that there's anywhere from, I would say, 10 to 15 guards or people that were herding this procession. Um, and I don't know what else information you would find out. The number, the direction that they were going. They do have the prisoners with them, obviously. Yeah, I think that's about it. But yeah, so you trek off. You're easily tracking them at this point. With such a large number of people, they aren't able to really cover their tracks too well. As you're walking through this forest, it goes from more flat plains and stuff, kind of where you landed on the beach. It was more flat and more hilly, whereas now it's getting more into rocky, steep, almost mountainous terrain with thick trees and knotted branches. But you start to find a road, which is where your picture currently is. This is somewhat of the scenery
Right.
that you're seeing. Definitely not as green as the area you landed. This is more harsh and the kind of shrubbery that you would see in like mountainous regions. So more brown and golds.
Right.
And you're just trekking along this road as steep rocks and canyons begin to rise up on both sides of you. This road is very ancient. It's been carved out from years and years and years of usage, and it seems to be something from long before even the Saxons lived here. Give me
Okay.
a quick perception check for me. Get the bad rolls out
Oops.
now. Get the bad
Exactly.
rolls
Maybe
out
this time
now.
it'll be Maybe this time it'd be opposite. Maybe I got good rolls for combat waiting.
Yeah. Hopefully, so you can get through the combat a little bit faster. Yeah, you don't notice too much. You're just more focused on following these tracks. Um, an hour goes by, another hour goes by, and you almost seem to get lost in this land of new colors and new experiences and new everything. Everything is so new here that you're almost starting to get lost in it because you've only lived in Kattegat, so this is entirely
Right.
new scenery for you. Um, and it's at this time that you almost headlong, you're just staring down at tracks. You almost walk right into an individual standing in the road. You don't walk into him. He's actually like probably 30, 40 feet up ahead of you. And he's just standing there staring at you.
Okay. What does he look like?
Good question. This is what he looks like.
How did I know?
He is, you're not sure if it's tattoos or just war paint, but he has red on his arms. He's shirtless, and he has red down his muscular arms. He has his head shaved, but at the back, he has a thick tuft of hair that has been braided into a long, almost like a rope that wraps around his neck and around and sits on his shoulders. He is holding a, you don't know if it's a whip or ropes in his arms, and he has a dagger in his waist belt.
Judging by the look of this, I can determine he's probably not a Saxon, correct?
It's not any Saxon you've ever seen before. And he's just sitting
Does he
there,
look?
staring at you.
Does he look Danish at all?
Not really. Not really, no. He's something that
Okay.
you've never really seen before, because Danes, tend to have, long, big beards, a different hairstyle often, and even their clothes are very different. He's wearing something
Right.
very unique and different from even what you have seen. But you don't really know where it's from. I mean, you can. No, you wouldn't even.
I'd
No,
like to
you wouldn't
move.
know.
I'm gonna move slowly towards him while keep being cautious, but also try to maintain a casual type walk so
Okay.
as not to draw too much attention.
All right. So you begin moving closer to this individual, and he's sitting there literally giving you this look that's in the picture, just kind of head to one side, slight smirk on his face, just watching you. And as you draw closer, he then speaks. And he says, "Ah, hello. I figured you would be following us, but I didn't realize you would be so close. My name is..." I gotta pull it up. 1 second.
Good thing you are, because I would have asked.
Yes. My name is Leonard. And what is your name?
My name is Ingvar.
Ah,
Are you with the group? Are you with the group that took Ube?
by Uba, I'm sure you mean the rowdy one that tried to kill multiple of my men.
Yeah, that sounds right.
He's a good warrior. It'll fetch a good price. Well, yeah, before we jump into aggressiveness, I would rather this go easily. You are far more valuable to me, unscathed, shall we say. So we can do this the easy way, or the hard way. And he kind of lifts up a hand, ready to snap, but he hasn't snapped yet. And
If I
will
agree to go
move
with you,
I will move you
where?
to the map so you can kind of gauge your surroundings. So you're currently over here, and he's right here.
Okay. If we agree to go with you, where will you take us?
Oh, to my home, of course.
Is that where you're holding Ube?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to roll an insight
All right. Give me an insight check.
or a sense motive. That's what it is for this.
Sense motive. 17. As far as you can tell, he's being very straightforward with you. He doesn't seem to be lying or trying to trick you. He's being very like blunt with you. Like come easily or come the hard way.
All right, and I'd like to make a perception check to see if I see anyone that's possibly hiding in a forest surrounding us.
All right, roll a perception.
Ah! 7, 8, 9.
Nope. Yeah, your perceptions have been really bad. Damn. No,
All
you
right,
you
well,
kind
I
of
don't.
quickly glance up to the cliff sides on each side of the road, but you don't spot anyone. But he is still sitting there, and he's like,
Alright.
"Tick tock, what'll it be?"
I have no doubt that if I start a fight with him, we are going to be ambushed. We will be overran. So
You're a clever one.
I
More
agree to
clever
come with
than-
you willingly. Willingly, I do not want to be restrained. I will come with you.
Oh, well, restraints are for our safety. But you will not be harmed. Yet. So are you just gonna kind of sit there?
I won't be restrained. I will come willingly. I can't do the voice. My throat hurts today. I will come willingly, but I will not be restrained.
Aw, you're no fun. And at this point, he then doesn't snap, but he goes, "All right, boys, come out." And at this point, you were correct in assuming that you were completely surrounded. I mean,
Yeah.
you notice up on the cliffs several archers poking their heads over the cliff, all with very easy shots on you.
Yeah.
And then additionally, you hear a scuffle from behind you, and these men come shuffling up the
Oh
road.
my god, they keep appearing!
These men keep shuffling in behind you, and then also in front of you. You have walked in right into their trap. And it is at this point that he then says, "As far as I'm concerned, you don't really have a say. Drop your weapons, and this will be easy. No one will be harmed."
I'm going to holster my weapons.
So you slide your axe.
And I'm going to give
You're going to what? Sorry, you cut out.
Ben.
You're going to give in?
Yes.
Okay. So you angrily now seeing that you've walked into this ambush and seeing that you're very massively outnumbered. Are you setting your weapon down?
I'm going to slide my axe into my holster. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just slightly delayed. Can you hear me?
Okay. Holster. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's just slightly delayed. All right, so you holster your axe, and your party members that were with you on this hunt kind of follow your example. Additionally, I forgot to mention this. Even though this individual does not look like a Saxon or even look like a Dane, he's speaking Danish with you.
Right, I figured
Because
that, yeah.
you were understanding him. So
Yeah.
he then kind of whistles, and the men move in with shackles and chains ready. And he's still kind of standing back, just kind of watching the whole thing. They begin to. Let me see. Actually, let me do a really quick roll. Okay. Yep. Your party members just kind of they don't want to fight. They see that they're outnumbered, so they hold out their hands, and this one becomes shackled. This one becomes shackled, and they are then pulling their weapons out of their sheaths and throwing them to the ground, and begin chaining them one in a line, which is you guys are cutting in and out really badly. Really? It's not saying I'm getting any frame drops.
I thought I was hearing you like cut in and out.
That's weird. Yeah, I have the stream is fine. It might have just been the Discord.
Yeah. Here, take off your shoes.
Worst comes to worst, the recording will be smooth, so just put it on YouTube and you can watch it there. But so they slowly begin shackling your men, and they get to you, and they're holding these shackles, expectantly waiting for you to put your hands out.
I hate you for this. While I'm maintaining eye contact with the douchebag that's having me and my men arrested, I will willingly put my hands out for them to shackle me.
So you just giving Leonard the stink eye, essentially, just staring him down. You begrudgingly hold your hands out, and they shackle them. They remove your axe and your sword, and they move to the last member of your party. They then begin hurting you and not hurting you, herding you down the road. And as you look down, you see that this is where the tracks would have continued. But it seems that these individuals had stopped and set up an ambush in case they were being followed, which they were. So
just to make sure they picked up our weapons, right?
Yes,
and they're bringing them with.
Yes, they picked up all of your weapons and are bringing.
Oh, look at that! You had a picture ready for that. I hate you.
Big surprise. So this is your party being hauled off, and more hours pass as you're walking on this trail, and the road begins to be more rocky and steep, and it's hard to walk while your hands are bound to the individual in front of you as well, because you're all tied to each other, and not trip and fall on these steep rocky surfaces. It seems hours pass of you walking and walking and walking and walking and walking until you finally come out of this canyon that you were in, this road canyon, and it opens up to more just rocky terrain. There's not really a road per se, but at the top of one of these mountains you see this fortress, and there are more men at the fortress gate waiting to receive you. I just wanted to do a prison break super bad, dude. I'm sorry.
I figured.
So you are hauled off into the fortress. You come in through thick front gates that grind open as they open, and you walk in to see somewhat of a hubbub of similar looking individuals to the main guy that captured you. Not Saxon, but not Danish either. You're not quite sure what they are or where they're from. But they're grabbing you guys and separating you guys and taking you off, removing any armor pieces, any gold. So at this point, you're basically stripped of your inventory. They take your gold, they take your armor off, they take everything, and you're just stripped down to your clothes, basically.
Great.
And you are then hauled off into the main hall of cages, if you would. I don't know what you would call this, but you walk through, somewhat of like a like greeting area. I don't know what it would be called, like an entrance area. And you were then brought into this dark, damp cell. Give me a perception check real quick.
Let me guess. 10?
Hey, there you go.
Oh, okay. There we go.
So you're kind of getting your survival instinct is kicking in at this point, and you're like, okay, I need to pay attention to what I'm seeing. And you walk in and you peer through a couple of the cages, because there's multiple cells in this big holding area. And you spot Uba Ragnarsson in one of the cells, and he's just kind of looking out at you with this fiery anger in his eyes, not at you, but at his captors, having captured more of his men. Right. You also look into a cell that's 2 cells down, and you see your uncle Torsten is also in here with you. He was on Uba's ship. Torsten was on Uba's ship. So you're somewhat happy to see that he's alive, but at the same time, you're just like, well, fuck, now we're all in here. You were then shoved into a cell, an empty cell. Each cell has 2 beds in it with a bucket in the corner. It's very simple, but there's cold stone walls and a stone floor, and thick metal cage or metal door closes behind you. You are now free to do as you please in your cell. And this is the prison that I have set up for you. This is going to be so much fun. So, you're right here. Let me change the music. Because this is no longer a peaceful situation.
Okay, so it looks like there's an open area on the outside of my cage with 4, I'm guessing, where we would eat.
Yes,
and there's
so
1, 2,
going
3,
up to
4,
your
5 guards.
Yeah, so going up to your door now, you look out and you see a couple tables, which you are correct. This is kind of the main dining area. You see a couple guards patrolling, walking around, pushing the last of your men into their cells. You then see, once you are put into your cells, a couple of Uba's men, including Uba, are let out of their cells, and they are filed this way, out through this gate here.
Okay.
Essentially out into the yard.
Right.
Besides that, it is pretty uneventful. It's at this point, it's starting to become night because you've been walking for most of the day, and then you get here. You stay by the gate, looking to just see whatever you can find, but it's pretty uneventful. And night falls on.
All right, hang on. Before night falls, I have a plan that I want to try.
Okay.
It might get me killed, but if it doesn't, this is going to be awesome.
Oh boy. All right. What are you gonna do?
Can I see any of the guards with like a key ring on their waist?
So the king ring is on, was on, Leonard's, this guy. This is him right here, by the way.
Okay.
He has the keys. And there's, I don't know if you can see this, but there's a cage that runs like a gate that runs all along like this.
Right.
So there's multiple, as you were walking in, there's multiple layers of gate. So you would have to go through a lot of shit in order to get to him.
Right. I'd like to call over the closest guard. See if I get his attention to come over to my cell.
Okay. I would say that's probably this guy right here. You kind of, what are you going to tell him?
Hey, guard! I need to talk to you. It's a matter of utmost importance.
He kind of begrudgingly walks over. We'll say that he's the one that put you in your cell. So he comes over. What do you want? Make it quick.
I need to speak with your leader, Leonard, immediately.
And who do you think you are?
Listen, you can either listen to me and go get your leader, or you can stay here and you will all be slaughtered by tonight. It is your choice. I'm just trying to help you so we don't all die.
Oh, and who's going to do the slaughtering, huh?
Why would I tell you? That's why I need to speak to Leonard, your leader, now.
Give me a persuasion check real quick.
Persuade, bluff.
Yeah. Because you're
I'm
bluffing.
playing too much 5e, my friend. I'm not bluffing. Oh!
Nope. So you're basically trying you're trying to scare him into having Leonard come over, and he's not buying it. He's just like, whatever you say, and he just walks back to his post. Is there anything else you would like to try before nightfall?
I want to get the other guard's attention.
You call out to the other guard, and he kind of looks over at the guard that just walked away from your cell, and they both just are kind of like shaking heads like, he thinks he's important. They always do.
I want to make eye contact with the guard and see if I can impress him. I'm going to put my hands like this and go.
I don't even know what check that would be.
Performance?
Give me a performance check, I guess.
Dang it!
So you're over here like, hey, look! And you're like doing shit. And he's just looking at you with just this astonished confusion at just, how stupid are you? Essentially. And he's kind of bored of you, and he walks over here and begins talking to what you think is the cook.
Alright, I see that this is not going to work out for me. I'm going to lay in bed for a little bit and see if I can find a better opportunity to do this.
Alrighty. So you lay down. You're pretty tired after... You're pretty tired after walking for several hours. You probably tripped and fell a couple times. So you're a little bruised. And it is late at this point. So sleep finds you on your uncomfortable cot, but at least it's dry. You've slept on worse before. And you awake the next morning to your cage opening up very loud. And the guard that you tried to convince that you were important is standing there. He's like, come on! Time for food! He opens the gate. He moves to the next gate. Give me a quick perception check. 23. Damn. So you're noticing that they never release all the prisoners at once. They only release sections.
Right.
So this is your section being released for food, and then after food you will be allowed to go out into the yard for some fresh air, daylight. So they release you and another prisoner. We'll actually say that they release the full right top side here. So essentially these are all your men. They just released your men.
Okay.
And he walks over here. He walks over here. And essentially they kind of point to over here where the cook is. They're like, line up and get your grub.
Alright, I'm lining up to get my grub.
So you kind of follow your men, looking around to see what you can see trying to really find any means of escape. Within this eating hall, it's very well fortified. This is probably one of the most defended areas in this prison. Just within a quick glance of looking around, you go up to the counter, and this big fat man with red cheeks and a big old nose, big beard, comes over to you, and he just slides you this like tin plate that's got like this moldy piece of bread on it and some weird sauce liquid soup. You're not quite sure. It's some kind of grub. He said, "Keep your strength up. You'll need it. Next."
Thanks, Brent.
So you, what you gonna do? You just gonna go sit down, or what's your plan here?
So, I want to make my way over to this table. See if it'll. There we go. So yeah, that table clear on the end.
All right.
On the way, kind of like eyeing everything in here, looking for any kind of weaknesses.
Okay. Give me another perception.
Oh, wrong one.
There we go. Perform.
Perform the act of seeing.
All right. So your men also will join you at your table. They sit down and they're eating with you, and they're kind of as you're looking around, you notice they're doing the same thing as you. They're kind of looking around, seeing what they can see, counting the guards. Just within this room, you count the 5 guards. There are 2 that are within the eating hall, 2 that are at the door, and 1 that is sitting over here on a stool. And this guy, from what you can see, because you rolled pretty high, does not look happy. He looks pissed. Not at you.
Which one?
The one sitting down in the corner over here.
Okay.
He looks pissed. Again, not at you. He just looks pissed at life. You're thinking that he probably had a bad day.
Okay.
The other guards, though, they seem grim-faced, unmoving, staring, holding their positions. It seems like they've been doing this for quite a while now, and they know what they're doing.
Okay. So while I'm eating my food, I just want to keep glancing over at the disgruntled man in the corner.
Okay.
And I just want to keep glancing over to see if he actually starts looking directly at me. And as soon as I'm going to try to agitate him.
So you're kind of like, you're kind of giving him a nasty look, I'm assuming, then? Or just staring at him?
So I just keep like glancing over and staring at him to see if I can catch him staring directly at me. And when he does, I just want to laugh and look away. Just like a little bit of mind game.
So he's kind of sitting there. He wasn't really paying attention to you. It seems like his mind was on something else. But as you're just kind of sitting there, like just staring at him, the second he looks up at you, just kind of like, you know how you can tell somebody's looking at you? He gets that feeling. So he looks up at you, still with this just upset face, this pouty face on his visage, and you kind of look away and shake your head and just kind of he is now glaring at you.
Good.
Is there, so you have his attention, is there more you would like to do, or?
I'm gonna ask him, what's your deal? You're a guard, you're well fed, you look like you should be happy. Why are you mad?
My deal? My deal? You're the one staring at me! And he storms off. Very short-tempered.
Of course I'm staring. I've never seen a man so ugly.
He's, okay, oh shit. So he's like, was about to storm off into what you deem as kind of like a break room for the guards. And he stops like in the gate. He's like, this is not a good day for you to be talking like that.
What?
Say it again, you
What
piece of
happened,
shit.
bud? What happened? Are you sad?
Roll.
What would you like me to roll for this?
What are you trying to? Are you trying to like incite a fight, or what are you trying to do?
I'm just trying to agitate him because I know if I can agitate him now, he's gonna be like kind of watching me more, which would give other men a chance.
Mm. I mean, he's definitely agitated. You have his attention.
I want him to hit me.
Oh, God. He comes up to the like where he is. He hasn't left his post, but he comes up to the gate. He's like, "You better watch yourself, scum. I know where you sleep."
Yes, of course you know where I sleep. You know where your sister lives.
All right, that's it. And he starts storming down the alleyway right here when one of the more stone-faced guards, this guard right here, turns and just stops him in his tracks. And a bit of hushed. Do you want to hear what they're talking about?
Yes, I do. For a matter of fact,
Roll a perception.
Oh.
You don't hear much of the conversation other than the part where he shouts at the guard and he says, "You know he was cheating on the cards!" And he turns and storms back to his seat and plops down, and he is just glaring at you. At this point, I would say you've probably... Have you been eating?
Yeah, I've been eating.
Okay, so at this point, I mean, it wasn't much food, so you probably, finished it pretty quickly. You dipped your crusty hard bread into the liquid to try to soften it a little bit and maybe get rid of the gross taste of the liquid. So combining the two, you managed to actually down the food. Definitely terrible, not good tasting, but you get it down. What would you like to do at this point?
So at this point, I'm just gonna stand up, kind of just smirk at him, wave goodbye at him, and I'm just gonna walk back to my cell.
All right. So you, as you're walking back to your cell, the cook is like, "Oi! The plate! Bring me the plate! Were you raised in a barn, you savage?"
Actually, yes, I was raising the bar, but I'm sure one of your fine guards would be able to fetch a plate for you.
Plate. Scum.
What did he say? Plate cum?
Plate scum.
Plate scum.
Yep. He's telling you to get the plate.
Okay. I'm gonna begrudgingly walk over, grab the plate, stroll on back.
You're so
and
sassy.
Toss the plate onto the counter.
I love that your character is sassy like you are. So you
Toss the plate on the platter, and I'm just gonna do like a little bow to him.
Well done. Now, one of the guards kind of comes over and is like, "You guys are free to go to the yard." He unlocks this gate right here and steps back into his position. So you guys don't have to return to yourselves. You guys now kind of have free reign.
Oh, good. Okay. So yes, I definitely want to go out to the yard now. So that I can check that out more.
All right, so head out to the yard. You can move your character. You have control of him.
All right, we're good. All right, so and once I get to this point...
So you step out into the yard. There's a couple tables. There's a couple benches out here. It's primarily tough dirt and sand. No grass, nothing. It's been trampled for who knows how many years. High walls surround the entire yard with 4 towers in each corner with an archer sitting in each one. There is a ladder that goes from the yard up to the tower, so you could get into the tower from the yard. However, each tower is positioned in such a way that they can defend each other. So if you were to start to climb, the other towers would try to shoot at you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
there is spikes and not barbed wire necessarily, but shit on top of the walls to kind of not prevent, but hinder or kind of change somebody's mind from trying to climb the wall.
Okay.
And then additionally, over here, you see 4 very, very small cells, essentially the hotbox, where one Dane is sitting and he has a busted lip, a broken nose, he's bleeding from his eye and his nose, and he's just sitting on the dirt, just staring at one of the guards. And
Okay.
also,
I'm gonna walk.
in the yard, Uba is sitting at a bench. He's right over here.
Ooh. Okay. I was interested in that guy who's beating him down, but now I gotta go check on my man Ube.
All right. So you're going to head over to him? Cool. So you scoot in and take a seat, and Uba looks surprisingly calm. You look into his eyes and you can tell that there's gears turning in his head, that he's trying to formulate a plan, that he's occasionally, he doesn't even acknowledge that you sit down. He's kind of eyeballing one of the guards on top of one of the towers. He looks over to one of the walls. He's looking into one of the 4 cells that the beaten individual is. Right. And it is at this point that he comes almost out of like the trance that he was in and sees you. And he goes, sorry, newcomer. How did they take you?
Well, we were actually coming to look for you when they took us. We had sent out a few hunting parties, and we just happened to be the ones that got ambushed.
These men don't fight like Saxons. They fight like us. It's unnatural. I like a good challenge, though. Have you seen any weaknesses since you've been here?
All I've noticed is one guard who's pissier than the rest. But boy, is he fun to mess with.
All the guards are fun to mess with.
How many men do you count?
How many? What do you mean, how many men?
How many men has he counted?
Guards?
How many guards has he counted? Sorry.
So there's the 4 that are in the towers. There's the 2 that are in front of the gate here as well that are on the ground. And then there's the 5 that are in the main hall. Those are the guards that he's seen.
So 6 of them. I'm guessing there's 3 of my men, 2 of us, 4, 5, and 1 man in the hot box who seems beaten.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He kind of looks at you and he sees that you're kind of like counting the guards as well. And he says,
If you're thinking of fighting the guards, doesn't bode well. That's what happened to Bjorn over there. He tried to fight, and got his ass beat. These guys are armed and dangerous. We need to find a more stealthy way out of this prison. If we can get word to our men, we can ambush and raid this place and free everyone. Only one of us needs to get out. You seem like a capable individual. I will keep you in mind if I find anything. Aye? You will let me know, huh? My time in the yard is up. Come on!
and he kind of signals to the guys that were on his side of the cell. Because again, remember how I told you they like do it in shifts?
Groups, yeah.
He signals to his men, and they head back into their cells. So you have probably another hour or two in the yard.
I'd like to go check on that guy at the hot box.
All right. So you head over to him, and you remember Uba mentioned that his name was Gjorn. Gjorn.
Jorn.
Gjorn.
Okay. Jorn. Gotcha. Jorn, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling how I look.
He like kind of spits out some blood, not at you, but just kind of to the side.
Yeah.
It's like, you're new. Don't recognize you. Did you just get in?
I was part of the hunting party that was coming to find Ube when we got ambushed by Leonard.
Yeah. The coward likes to ambush, doesn't he? Because he's too afraid to fight for himself one-on-one. I tried to change that. The guards got in the way, though. That fucker over there.
And he kind of nods over to one of the guards that's standing next to the door. One of the ones that's on the ground.
Does he look a little beaten up as well, or?
He has like a black eye, but that's it. So what you deem probably happened is Gjorn probably went after Leonard, punched the guard to get past him, and then was quickly jumped on by the rest of the guards. And they just beat the living hell out of him.
He said, learn from my example. Fighting does not do well in this prison. You'll end up like me, or worse.
Well, when the time comes, I hope that you are ready to fight with everyone.
Until then, you rest. I'm always ready for a fight. Valhalla is the goal, is it not?
Always. Have you seen any weaknesses in this fortress?
Well, I've noticed that the guard over there,
and he kind of shrugs his head over to the right, so towards this guard over here. He's kind of in a hushed voice now at this point.
I've noticed he's a little sloppy. The other guards oftentimes have to ensure that he does his job properly. He might slip up and give us an advantage. I've also noticed that the guard that sits on the bench was having a bad day today. Something about the card game, I'm not exactly sure what, but maybe could be used in some shape or form, I don't know. I'm more of a fighter, not a thinker.
Well, if all ends up well, I'll probably be seeing him later tonight in my cell. He didn't seem too happy with me when I left after eating.
Good luck with that, my friend.
And at this point, the guards are now starting to whistle for you. Your time in the yard is up. So they kind of shuffle you back into your cells. And they let the last side, the left side, out into the yard. So you are now sitting in your cell. Is there anything you would like to do?
Well, until I start to go to sleep, can I lean against my cell and look at this guard over here?
Which guard?
The angry one.
Okay.
Angry boy.
Yeah, he's sitting there, and he's still kind of steaming. He kind of occasionally glances over at you and gives you a nasty glare, but at this point, it seems like he's back to his skulking.
Okay. Well, until I'm ready to go to bed, I'm just gonna stare at him.
You're just really trying to piss this guy off, aren't you?
Yes.
All right. So you just stare at him for a couple more hours until the final guys are let back into their cells. Give me a quick perception check. 11? Oh, 20. Jesus,
Natural 20.
Okay, so you have not taken your eyes off of the angry guard, and you're just watching him. And it is at this point that you notice the second that the two guards that were in the yard on the ground let in the final two prisoners, his demeanor instantly changes. He specifically looks at this guard right here and goes from kind of angry and kind of self-pity to just pure rage. He isn't even looking at you anymore. He is staring this guy down.
Okay. Okay. I'm definitely going to keep that in mind.
Alrighty. Is there anything else you would like to do before heading to bed?
I think that's going to be it.
Alright. So you lay in bed and slowly begin to drift off to sleep. Give me a quick perception check.
Natural 1.
Oh gosh. So you do
Yep.
not. You do not. It's fitting. You do not hear the angry guard open the very loud cage. The cage door. You sleep right through it, and you are very abruptly woken up to a damp, cold cloth being laid over your head and freezing ice water being poured all over your face. They essentially begin to waterboard you. Give me a
Wasn't sure.
give me a Constitution save real quick.
Well,
Okay.
do you want a Constitution save or a Fortitude save?
Oh, there. That's true.
Constitution's through
5e,
5e.
5e, man. Fort save. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm not used to Pathfinder.
Are you sure you don't want to take that Constitution save?
You begin coughing and sputtering, trying to get a breath. You can't tell what's going on because this cloth is on your face. You can't see. But you feel that there's someone heavy on top of you holding down, and then someone else standing over your head, just dumping this water over you. And you're gasping for air, but you can't find any. And you begin to feel your eyes cloud over with darkness. And right before you fall into unconsciousness, they rip the cloth off, and you take a massive gulp of air, and the good feeling of air entering your lungs is quickly left by a fist being driven into your stomach and the air being knocked out of you yet again, where the second guard that was holding you down just punches you right in the gut. And they both then quickly leave your cell, slamming the door behind you, and the angry guard that you were kind of taunting the day before just glares at you and, "Let this be a lesson, scum." And he goes back to his station. And you are left
About
soaking,
now have I caught my breath?
Yes. But you are soaking
Then
wet
I would like to,
and freezing.
then I would like to start laughing very loudly.
Okay.
Knowing they very well could have killed me, I'm still gonna push those buttons.
You begin laughing. What kind of... Give me what kind of laugh are you trying to do here? Just like a maniacal laugh, a crazy laugh?
Oh, I almost saw Valhalla tonight, boys.
As they're walking around, they kind of stop and turn to you, and almost confused, and now thinking that you're a madman. Not really even thinking that you're, like, dangerous. They're just like, okay, this guy's actually crazy. He almost died, and he thinks that this is funny. So they just are like, he's mad. Savages. And they continue to walk back to their stations.
Alright.
All right.
Then I'm to Sleep with one eye open for the rest of the night.
You kind of unsubtly sleep, but still try to give the demeanor of confidence. Sleep does manage to find you again after you've wrung your shirt out and taken the sheets off of your bed, and because they were soaked as well. And you sleep on a
Right.
damp and itchy bed, but sleep still does find you. And you wake the next morning to a similar sound of your gate wrenching open, this loud and the guards letting you come out for the meal of the day. So, as far as this point,
Thank God,
it's
I thought I was about to get beat again.
it's going to be the same routine, pretty much day by day. Wake up, eat, free time. So, if there's something particular you would like to do at a certain point in the day, what would you want to do? Now that you kind of know your schedule.
Well, as always, pissing off the guard, looking for different behaviors in the guards as well as patterns.
Okay.
Actually, no. Today I want to bring up the card game with that guard.
Okay. So you are you going to just go back to your spot and kind of talk to him through the gate?
Yes.
All right. So you take a squat back in your same seat. Your men kind of follow you as well. At this point, you can kind of gleam just out of the expression on his face that he kind of took his anger out on you. Whether all of it was entirely directed towards you, he doesn't seem as angry anymore because he took it all out on you.
Right.
So he seems a little bit more calm today, but still giving you this kind of like more wary look now, like, holy shit, this guy's crazy.
So, I heard something about a card game. Is it good to assume that you don't know how to play cards?
Pushing those buttons, man.
He's gonna kill me.
Yes.
But it'll be so worth it.
TPK. He kind of chuckles, and he's like,
It don't matter how good you are if someone cheats.
and you can kind of see he's looking almost like he's trying to look through the wall at the guard at the other side in the yard.
What did he do? How did he cheat you out of that card game? And what did you lose that makes you so mad?
Yeah. Hey, cheats. Cheating is cheating. What do you want me to say? And he took my whole fucking month's worth of pay.
So you're broke, is what I'm hearing. You can't pay a cent to keep your land, I'm guessing?
Yeah, you could say that. Why do you care? You're just a madman.
A madman who knows how to get very wealthy and always manages to maintain wealth.
Okay. Give me a persuasion.
I'm gonna go with a diplomacy for that one then, because persuasion isn't a thing.
Diplomacy. Frickin' Pathfinder, man. Okay.
I know.
You see, at this point, you're starting to get his interest. Actually, he's not. His angry demeanor towards you is starting to lighten towards more of interest in what you're talking about.
What you suggesting? You ain't got no gold. You're gonna pay me back. We took it all from you.
I'm a warrior friend. I raid, I pillage, and I repeat.
Yeah.
I don't ever have a shortage of coin.
Except right now, you wake up, you eat, you shit, and you repeat. No raiding involved.
And you'll still remain poor.
Nah, I'll make it back. Actually,
Will you? Or will you lose it in the next card game?
You see, he seems like he just got an idea. He kind of looks over at some of the other guards. He makes sure they're not paying attention, and he comes over closer. He scoots closer to the gate and kind of signals over to you.
Come here.
Okay. I'm gonna walk closer to him.
All right. You come up to the gate, and he's like,
All right. If you really are crazy, then you won't mind doing this one. And if you do this for me, then I won't be entering your cell at night anymore. Even though that was fun. Since
Oh, I
he
agree.
cheats... See, you really are crazy. Since he cheats in cards, I figured I'd cheat him in life. If you could cut his purse, pickpocket him if you would, return my gold, I might be more inclined to do a favor for you. What you say?
Alright. I'll see what I can
Crazy
do.
enough to try it?
It's not like there's anything else entertaining me in this hell.
Now you know why I play cards. Oh, if you tell anyone that it was me, I'll fucking kill you.
and he goes and he sits back down.
Alright. Then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna grab my tray, I'm gonna pick it up, and I'm gonna strut over to the fat man with the beard. And I'm gonna set it down real nicely on there, look up, just give him a wink.
Monkey say, monkey do.
He takes the plate and he throws it into the sink.
I think we're gonna become great friends in here, my guy.
Nah, shut the fuck up.
At this
Okay.
time, you are now allowed to go out into the courtyard.
Alright. And I'm guessing once I open the door, he's gonna be around right here.
Yep, that's him right there. That was the guy that he was giving the nasty glares to.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna go enjoy my time in the courtyard and just wait to have to come inside.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to do? Also, Gjorn is still sitting in the hot box, so he's probably been in there for a full day and a half at this point.
Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna have to go check on Yorn, of course. I mean, that's my friend. He just doesn't know it yet.
You go over. He's not bleeding anymore, but all of his wounds at this point have swollen, and one of his eyes is completely swollen shut. There's just a massive welt where his eye used to be. He's just black and blue, but at least he's not bleeding. He's still alive, though, just sitting there. And it seems like he has not moved at all. He's just sitting there, Indian style, just staring at the guard still.
Staring at the guard that he said is like not always doing his job correctly.
No, the one with the black eye.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Coincidentally, the one with the black eye is the one that is your cut purse target.
Oh, perfect.
This is
All
the
right.
guard that he said is kind of sucks at his job.
Gotcha. Okay. And I'm guessing, are my men out here with me?
Yes.
Alright, I want to get my men at a table so I can talk to them.
All right. Which table would you like to go to?
The one where me and Bluebell was sitting at.
All right. So you
Me
head
over there?
you head over there.
Yes.
All right.
Alright, I got a plan. Might not be a great plan, but it's what we got right now. I need you two to create a distraction in the court.
Create a distraction in the courtyard. Sorry, you cut out.
Yes, so I need you two to create a distraction in the courtyard. Preferably over by the cell that is keeping Yorn in. And just try to draw all the guards' attention over to you.
Okay.
Don't do anything. There's no killed.
They kind of look
that?
over at Gjorn and see how bloodied it is, and they seem a little bit hesitant. Give me a diplomacy check.
Damn it, guys. Don't be pussies.
No, that's good enough. They're kind
Okay,
of
thank God.
they're hesitant, but you haven't led them wrong yet. You know, you've been leading these guys for a minute now. So they're like,
All right, Ingvar. We'll get it done. When do you want us to do it?
When our time's up in the yard, and they want us to go inside.
Understood.
all right. So anything else you would like to do to make preparations?
I'm just gonna watch the guy with the black eye. Just gonna be watching
Alright.
him.
He doesn't seem to be really paying attention too much to you guys. He's kind of like the two guards that were inside, just stone-faced, eyes straight ahead, doing their job. It's just another day for them.
Right.
They then whistle to you, which is kind of their signal to, hey, your time's up, come in. It is at that point that you notice that the two men that were with you, they kind of wandered over to the cell that Bjorn was at, and they begin talking to him, seeming to have just kind of a basic conversation. And when the whistle happens, they don't move. They're just sitting there, still talking. It is at this point that the two guards, then kind of frustrated that they're not listening to their orders.
Oi! I said your time's up! Come on in!
And the two men just kind of ignore him. They kind of look over at him and they're like, whatever. And they're still talking to Bjorn. The two guards then, at this point, being very pissed, come over, not really wanting to give a vibe of, like, accepting talkback, and kind of wanting to make an example out of these two. They pull out these two little, like, cudgel blunt clubs, and they come over and they hit him in the back at, like, the shoulder and the back.
As I see that happening, I just kind of want to run up behind him, kind of like look like I'm trying to get between this guard and my guy. And when I go to like kind of like get in between them, I want to bump into this guard, and as I bump him, pull on his coin purses also.
Okay. Roll a sleight of hand with advantage. Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
All
yeah.
right.
So you notice these two guards aren't really using full lethal force yet on these guys, but they're kind of like, hey, and they're kind of hitting them like, come on, get the fuck inside, And you come over and you bump into one, which causes both the guards to like look at you. At which point, the two men that were with you kind of shove back one of the guards, which gives you enough time to stealthily reach in and grab the coin purse off the guy's belt. This purse is pretty heavy. It's pretty hefty. You slip it into the inside of your waistband so they can't find it. However, the guards then kind of smack you with one of the cudgels right in the face. Your vision goes white and then red, and you're like, oh, fuck, like, what the fuck? But, they're at this point ready to, like, fuck you guys up. Are you going to stop? Are you going to resist, or you've gotten your...
No, I'm going to kind of back away, and I'm going to back away and be like, it's no point in fighting, come on, let's go back to our cells now.
Alright. Your men kind of
peacekeeper.
Getting the vibe that you did what you wanted to do. They follow, and you're like, okay, we'll go. And they follow you back to the cell. No more fighting takes place. They do kind of shove you, though, as you're going. They're kind of shoving you.
Sounds about right.
But you have the coin purse in your pants at this point.
Alright, and I'm going to lean up against my cage and see if I got the attention of the guy I made a deal with.
Alright. It does take a little bit. He's, doing his rounds, looking around, doing his shit. And then until he finally looks at you, what do you want to do to try to convey your message?
I'm just going to nod, smile at him, and lay down in bed.
He kind of smiles back, and he's like, he kind of shakes his head almost in bewilderment. And you lay down. Give me a perception check.
There they are.
Hey, at least that wasn't on your sleight of hand.
Yeah,
so the shadows grow longer. The sun then sets, and the prison is covered in darkness. The torches are put out, the candles are put out, and the prisoners are all beginning to fall asleep one by one. Also, you notice at this point that as it gets later, the guards begin to thin. There's not as many. They're still guards, but they seem to then like kind of maybe cycle through their shifts. But the guard that you had to deal with comes to your cell, and you don't hear him walk up or anything, but it seems as though he just materialized in front of your cell.
Hey, did you get it?
Of course I got it. What do you take me for, an amateur?
Shh. Silence.
Oh, right.
Pass it here, and I'll owe you one.
See, I went through a lot of trouble to get this. How do I know you're going to keep your word?
I'm a man of my word. And you're a madman.
Uh-oh. Shh. Your money.
What?
We had a deal.
Sorry, you cut out.
Here's your money. We had a deal. I won't go back on my deal as long as you don't go back on yours.
I won't. Think about what you want, and I'll do my best to get it for you.
I need a message to my men on the outside.
All right. And how am I going to get this message to them without getting killed myself?
Take one of my men. Tell them that you're going to have them... Do you ever send men outside of the wall? Any prisoners outside of the wall?
No. Well, actually, we have one of the games coming up soon.
Games? What games?
Yeah, well, when we get enough stock, we host some arena-style games. The wealthy seem to enjoy watching Danes kill each other. And they pay a pretty penny for it, too. That's why you're all here. You're all cattle for the fighting ring. So, that is the only time that we ever take prisoners out of the cells, though. It's
And
heavily
where do you
guarded,
take us
though.
for the game?
To the arena, of course.
How far is the arena from here?
Yeah, like 30 minutes. It's very heavily guarded, though. You want to be able to just sneak a prisoner out.
But you could on the way there. Say a prisoner escaped and out of your control.
I'm not
That could-
the
that
only
could-
one that transports him, though. Many men. How about this? My shift's up, I gotta go. Otherwise I'll raise suspicion. Think about what you want, and I'll do my best to get it to you in the morning.
And he turns and walks out.
Alright.
You lay back down in your cell, happy that you're not getting waterboarded. And
Yes, very happy about that.
also pleased with a possibility of escape. It's a small one, but there's hope. You have trouble, however, falling asleep because you're racking your mind constantly in possibilities of what you could ask of this one favor. But before you know it, the sun is rising. You're waking up stiff but rested, and to the same old routine of the gate opening up. It is now the third day in the prison. What would you like to do?
Is Uba in his cell?
Yes, Uba is in a cell. He's over here.
Alright. So I'm gonna go grab my food. I'm gonna set it on the table, then I'm gonna walk to his cell.
Okay.
I'm just gonna tell him real quickly, kinda quietly. One of the guard owes me a favor. I need to figure out what to make him do for me in order to get word out for our men to come here. Do you have a plan?
He says that he's been talking to one of the tower guards, And he said that there is a weakness in one of the walls next to the tower. If you could either remove that guard or convince the guard to look the other way, you may be able to climb over the wall and escape. In which case, you could then bring more help. That's the information he's gathered. He doesn't know what to suggest, though, with your favor. But he assumes that with a favor, you might be able to more easily convince this guy or whatever you might want to do. But just to define, it's this guard right here.
Okay.
So he kind of is describing where it is. The weakness to the wall is right around this corner, where really the only guy that can see it is him. The other towers don't have sight on that. So if you were able to sneak through, you could climb over that wall. Because he kind of scouted it out, and he said that there's some handholds on the stone, and then at the top, the spikes and the wiring and the barbed wire and all that isn't as thick, so you might be able to get over without shredding yourself.
Okay.
The only issue is this guard right here. You have to be able to, like I said, either remove him or convince him to look the other way.
Okay. Gotcha. Alright, so I'm going to go sit down at the table.
All right.
And I'm going to ask the guy what he knows about that guard. Any clutches that guy might have.
Okay. Yep. So you go over to the guy that you owe the favor. Is this the favor that you're asking of him? Is this information?
No, it's not the favor. It's just information, seeing if he can help me.
Okay. So you kind of start talking to him, and he asks you what I just asked. He's like, well, is this the favor that you're asking? Upon you saying no, you're just wanting information, he's like,
Sorry. Didn't realize we were friends yet.
Alright, it's my favor. Give me information on that man.
Well, last I heard, he had a bit of a falling out with one of the other guards. Apparently, the guard did some unsavory, I can't fucking talk, unpleasant things to his family. Don't want to get into the nitty-gritty, but wasn't good. Last I heard, the guard wants him dead. Leonard is doing his best to keep them separated. Yeah. Might want to talk to him about it. Maybe he would give you some more information.
Which guard is it?
He points over to this guard right here.
Gotcha, the dickhead who wouldn't believe me. Alright, I'm gonna enjoy this. Alright. I'm gonna eat my meal, thank my men for the distraction that they caused yesterday. It got us in leaps and bounds above where our plans could have been.
They're kind of like treating their wounds tenderly. They're like, yeah,
I got you.
Alright, I'm gonna finish up my meal and go out to the yard.
All right. You pass your plate over and you head out into the yard. Are you going to head straight to the tower?
At my table.
All right. So you're going to go to your table? Do you want your guys to be with you as well?
Yes.
All right. So they sit down with
I'm
you.
just gonna stare up at that guard. I'm gonna ask him, "How's your family doing?"
He was not really paying attention to you. It seemed like he was kind of in another world. But hearing that, he very quickly snaps out of it and glares down at you.
What did you say?
I'm just clearly stating that no man should ever do anything to another man's family and get away with it. That's just how I feel. Wouldn't you agree?
Who told you?
Told me what?
You seem to be resourceful, getting information that a barbaric prisoner like you really shouldn't have. Is this true? Are you resourceful?
You could say that. I mean, I figured out that, didn't I?
He kind of sits back and he looks at the other guard towers to see if they're watching. He says,
And I'm assuming you want something from me?
I think we can help each other out. I'm gonna guess that you don't wish that man who did wrong your family to be breathing anymore. Is that correct?
Clever, clever boy. And
Well,
what if I
we
said
both know-
that was true?
Well, we both know there's nothing I can do in this prison unarmed against all of these other men. We both know that to be true. But what if there was an army who knew that you could be friendly, but knew that that man was a... Would you say that'd be beneficial to you?
Yeah, I would say that would be, but what guarantee do I have that you won't just slaughter everyone in here, including me?
I may be a Viking and I may be a savage, but I am a man of my word. I would never go back on that promise. I would personally defend you with my life.
Not good enough. I don't trust. I may trust you, but I don't trust your men. It'll be a signal, how about that? Before your attack on the prison, light a fire in the west. When I see that fire, I know that your attack will be imminent, and I will leave. Do we have a deal?
I think we can make that deal as long as you provide me access to leave to set that.
he kind of leans really close to the edge. He's still somewhat of distance from you, but it seems like he's trying to get closer to you. And he,
Right.
somewhat in a hushed but dangerous whisper, says,
Make it count. Make him scream. I want him to
All right.
suffer for what he did to my family. If you
Once
do
you see
this
us
for
attack,
me,
oh, sorry, what?
I'm just gonna tell him, when you see the attack happen, wait nearby. I will make sure you witness it.
alright. And what do you want? You want to escape, I'm assuming.
As any men would.
Alright,
He's still kind of like eyeballing the other prisoners, or the other guards.
tomorrow, I'll make sure that there's no one watching. Climb over the wall. I'm assuming you're a good climber.
And an even faster sprinter.
Because you better believe they'll be chasing you.
Well, one way for us to clearly find out.
Alright. Prepare
Either
yourself.
die, or we'll be successful.
Prepare yourself. In the morning, it's your time to flee.
And he kind of goes back to his post.
All right. At this point, I'm just gonna let my men know.
Okay.
Some things are going to occur tomorrow. I will make sure that we get men here, and they will be freed, but they need to remain here and they need to remain calm during the time.
We trust you, Ingvar. You're a good man.
Let's go to our cells.
All
I just
right.
want to get up.
So you head back to yourselves. We'll fast forward a little bit. You go to
Yep.
bed. You wake up. I'm assuming you would let Uba know as well of the plan. And again, just to kind of speed things along a little bit, you find yourself back in the yard the next morning after a breakfast. Is there any preparations you would like to do before you do what you're about to do?
Actually, I'd like to make sure that I don't eat the bread. I just want to stuff it in my waistband.
Okay. So you take the bread instead of eating it. You store it for the journey ahead.
Correct.
And you are then let out into the yard. You notice the guard that you got the deal with up on the tower, looking down at you. And it is at this point that he then kind of gives you just ever so slight a nod towards the back wall that I pointed out, which is over here.
All right.
You head over around the corner. Give me a stealth check really quick.
Oh no.
Damn.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
No, you convince, or not convince, you just stealthily kind of wait until none of the guards are looking, and you dip around the corner and come to this side where you then see the wall is exactly how Uba described. It's somewhat more decayed compared to the rest of the wall. There's a couple handholds. It is still a very tall wall. However, you do notice that at the top of the wall, there is a leather hide that has been laid out over the spikes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And the guard kind of makes sure that you're on your way, and he kind of goes back to not draw attention.
Perfect. All right.
Give me
Then at this point,
a
I'd like to
climb
climb.
check.
This better be good. This is one of my higher stats.
Hopefully. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. So you skillfully, not burdened down by the weight of armor or weapons, somewhat weakened from the lack of food and the rough sleep over the past 3 days, but the determination of escaping and then also revenge on all these guards here drives you up the wall, and you reach up and sure fingering and sure footing you climb over until before you know it you're at the top of the wall. And if it were not for the leather hide that was draped over to it over the wall over the spikes, you would have shredded your hands and your arms trying to hoist yourself up, but you managed to get up to the top. Roll me a is there, like, again, Pathfinder, like a dex save? Would it be a reflex save
Yeah,
to
no,
jump
I
down?
got you there. Yes, reflex.
Okay. So roll me also a stealth check. Give me a stealth check real quick. All right. So you get to the top, and you're trying to, like, kind of keep your head down because at this point you're high up, so, like, you could be pretty easily spotted. And you turn and you kind of lower yourself and you get down to, like, as low as you can, and you let go and you drop. But it's a further drop than you were expecting. You hit the ground, which is what the stealth check was for, where if you had rolled a high enough reflex, you could have done it quietly, but you didn't. So
Right.
the other guards, this guard in this tower, notices the noise and goes over and sees you on the outside of the wall. And he starts shouting, "Prisoner! Prisoner's escaping! Prisoner's escaping!" And you hear a bell, dong, 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 like shit starts going crazy. You hear shouting from the other side of the wall. Run.
Exactly right. Take the fuck off.
All right. Give me a couple survival checks. 2 survival checks. Okay. Okay. So your first leg of your sprint, you don't know where you're going. This is kind of unfamiliar for you. So you're trying to figure out where you're even going, and also you're being chased. You don't see them, but you hear shouts from behind you. You hear the bell still ringing You're not sure, like, how close behind you, but you know they're chasing you. However,
Right.
as you begin to run deeper into these mountains and the forest and the thick woods, you begin to notice some similar landmarks where you're like, oh, I remember that. I remember that. So you kind of change course and you start running this way. Give me a stealth check now that you're on course.
And I need to put some points into stealth.
Yep. Well, that's what the other players are going to be for. Once we're done with this, they'll be able to do it. So, you, they're still chasing you. It wasn't a high enough stealth.
Right.
However, you are running in the right direction. They are hot on your tail, though. So we'll skip all that. Let me get this up and running. All right. So you are now being chased through these mountains. You're sliding down rock slides to try to lose your footsteps. You jump into a creek and you're sprinting across the creek, but they're still close enough behind you that even trying to get rid of your footing, they'll get a quick glimpse of you and they know where to follow. You still hear them behind you. Roll another stealth check for me.
Did I click on it? I thought I clicked. There we go.
You're not losing them. They're still on you. You rolled a high enough survival that you're not getting lost. You know you're going in the right direction, but you realize that something is going to need to be done, something dramatic. So I will give you two choices. You can either make a stealth check at advantage to just focus entirely on trying to... hold on a second. Don't roll.
No, ignore that stealth check. I double clicked a while ago and it just barely loaded it.
Okay, got you. You can make a stealth check at advantage to try and just focus on hiding and just get them off your trail, or you can make a survival and a stealth check to continue to try to get them off your trail, but you're more just focused on getting to camp.
What if I want them to keep them on my tail while also getting to camp so that they follow me to get ambushed by our men?
Then roll a double survival. So you can do 2 survival, a stealth or survival, or double stealth.
Survival.
Good thing it was at advantage. So with the 20, you basically at this point you're like, I'm not going to lose them. I'm just going to keep these guys at a distance. So you, instead of focusing on trying to lose them, you're now just focusing on speed. You sprint through the forest that you had been captured in. You run down the road that you were ambushed on, and you begin to draw closer and closer and closer to the ruined castle where the first skirmish took place. What are you wanting to do to get your buddy's attention?
I'm going to scream that, what are they called again? Danes and...
Saxons?
Saxons! I'm just gonna scream Saxons. I know they're not Saxons, but my men don't know anything yet, so I'm gonna scream Saxons! Saxons!
So you're screaming it as you're sprinting towards the castle, and just in time, because as you're drawing closer, you notice 2 Danes jump out from the trees with bows drawn, but they quickly realize that it's a fellow. They realize it's you, and they hear Saxons, and they look behind you to see the Saxon, or not the Saxons, but these individuals chasing you. They let loose an arrow. They let loose another arrow. Are you stopping to help them, or are you just going to keep booking it?
Do they have a sword that they could give me?
They do, yeah. They have swords on them.
How many men were chasing me?
You don't know.
Alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna tell them to retreat back to the fort.
Okay. You're like, retreat, retreat! They stand their ground. They do not move.
Alright, Valhalla awaits them. I'm gonna keep retreating back.
All right. You don't even want to see how many people are chasing you?
No, I need to let everyone know immediately.
Okay. So you keep booking it, and you sprint into the ruined castle to find the captain there standing up at the commotion. And he is like holding his hand out to you like,
Whoa, what happened? It's been 3 days.
Saxons are attacking us. We need to hurry. Your archers are holding them at bay, but we need to go reinforce your archers now. I will tell you more once we get them safe.
Okay,
go! Come on! And he starts shouting out orders again. Men quickly grab their shields and their swords, and they all just, like a flood, just come draining out of this fortress castle towards where you were saying. They get to where the 2 archers are, and there was only 2 men following you. And they shot them both dead before they could even get to them.
Perfect.
So they're standing over the bodies, already looting them. And they're like,
what is this all about? Where is the rest of your men?
We were taken prisoner by, in a slave trade. They hold games for the wealthy Saxons. We're Danes to kill other Danes. Ube is there. They have him captured. I know how to get back there.
Okay. This is what we needed. Men! It is time! Let's go!
And he grabs any provisions and anything that they need, basically just quickly up and going. And I'm assuming you just lead them back to the prison?
Yes, I'm gonna ask them if they have a sword, shield, and some armor first, though.
Oh yeah, they can equip you quickly as you guys are like running. They're like, oh, here's a sword, here's a shield. Okay. They give you some loot. So just for the purpose of time, just because I don't want Tyler and Smura to be sitting there waiting for us, because this went a little bit longer than I was hoping. You get to the prison, and you liberate the prison. It's a pretty easy fight because there's like 60 of you versus like 10.
Right, yeah, I was kind of
you just storm through the gates. Your men slaughter everything. Do you light the fire in the west before you go in? The promise that you said to the one guard?
Yes, I will.
Okay. So you light the fire, and you're kind of telling the captain, like, hold.
And then while we're storming, I want to make sure I grab the guy and bring him up to the top of the tower.
Okay.
Huh?
Sorry, your Discord's like really glitchy. It's weird. So you bring him up to the tower.
Sorry.
What are you gonna do to him? He's sitting there just like, no, please.
So I'm going to kind of hold him right in front of me, look out in the forest, see if I can see him. If I do see him, do I see him?
Give me a perception.
The arch. Oh, all right.
You don't see him.
But
he's probably
I'm
there.
just gonna hope that he's watching. And I'm gonna put his face right next to the spikes on the wall and tell him, die. I'm just gonna scream, die. Why not? And I'm gonna slam his head through a spike.
Jeez. All right. Yeah, so you take him up to the tower, you drag him up there, and he's screaming and fighting you the whole time, but at this point, like, the whole prison is overrun by Danes. It's not too much of a challenge. He's disarmed, he doesn't have a weapon. And you take him up, and you kind of look around for the prisoner or the guard that helped you. You don't see him, but you're like, we don't have time for this. And you just push his head right into a spike, and he dies instantly. And he's left there, hanging off the wall.
Perfect.
Also, just to kind of streamline a little bit, you then go looking through the prison as you have now cleared it out, your looting and stuff, and you go into what you would assume would be the Leonard's office, where all of his precious things were kept. You find your axe in there.
Okay.
You find your
Good.
weapons and everything else, your armor, all that shit, in another storage room. But in the chest that you find in his office, let me open up what I had. Okay, so you find 100 gold pieces.
Okay.
You find his insignia ring. It's a ring with his inscription on it.
Okay.
You find a masterwork dagger. You find the prison key is also in there.
Okay.
And you find a vial of some kind of liquid. You're not sure what it is, but it looks strange to you. And that's all you find.
All right. Perfect.
All right. It is at this point then that greetings are had and hugs are given out to. Oh man, there we go. It's piss. It's piss. I didn't get what he meant by it's piss. That's funny.
Oh,
So
nice.
greetings are given back out. Hugs are given to Uba and his men. You know, being reunited with their friends and fellow soldiers. When you guys then are like, well, we're way behind schedule. Uba's now addressing all of you. We need to get to what city is it? We need to get to York. Bjorn is waiting for us. We need to get there yesterday. So no time for rejoicing. We need to march. So, because that was the original plan, is to land and then reinforce Bjorn for the Battle of York.
Right.
So you guys, without a moment's rest, you having sprinted through the night and day over tough terrain just to get there, get the men, and then sprint back and then fight, you're exhausted. You're just like, ugh, and now we gotta march. Okay, here we go. At this point, you do take a point of exhaustion. And you then go out onto the road. It is a massive relief to be out of the cold, dark dungeon that you spent what feels more than just 3 days. It felt like longer than that. All aspect of time was literally based on just your schedule. Of waking up, eating, going to the yard, going to sleep, waking up, eating, So it's just been somewhat of a rough week for you. But even though the march is tiring, you are refreshed by the fresh air. The mountains begin to pull back, and this is the view that you see, by the way. You see York way off in the distance in the horizon, in a beautiful valley of mountains and trees, and you see eagles soaring overhead. And you understand why Ragnar wanted to own land here. It is beautiful. I mean, Kattegat is obviously a beautiful place, but this is a place where you could settle down. This is a place where you could live for generations and generations. It is not the harsh lifestyle that you have been used to. And it is at this point that you feel a hand come over and rest on your shoulder. And you look over, and it is your Uncle Torsten. And he says, I knew you would make a great warrior. I have heard tales from the captain and Uba that they say you really led the men. I'm very proud of you. Tis nice to have a relative that has so much fame already. And you guys continue to walk, and he's kind of talking, asking about your stories. all the things that you've accomplished just in the. It's only been about like 2 weeks that you've been in England, so he's asking of all of your crazy stories. And it is at this point that you notice that you were walking with the huge group of people, but since you were talking to Torsten, you noticed that you started to veer off you were kind of like starting to skirt the outside, kind of like scouting, if you would.
Right.
You weren't too close to the main group. You're within earshot, but not too close. And you didn't even realize you were just too busy talking to your uncle. Give me a perception. Typical Ingvar, can't roll higher than a 10 on perceptions.
Nope.
It's amazing. So you are enjoying your uncle's company. It's nice that you're both free. You're looking out, you're hearing the birds chirp, you're smelling almost a sweet pine in this morning dew. It's been now several days that you guys have been marching, and this is now the morning. And it's relaxing, it's calm. The birds almost seem to sing you into a slumber. You want to sleep. And that's when you feel a sharp pain in the back of your ribs. And it is so sudden and so unexpected that you almost aren't able to react. You how do I want to describe it? It's so sudden that like you're like where you know where you like stub your toe and you know it's gonna hurt but you don't feel it yet.
Right.
Kind of like that. Where like you feel the sharp pain but you're like, well, no, that's not anything. Nothing happened. And then that's when you notice your limbs beginning to stiffen and you begin to grow cold. Give me another perception real quick. 14.
That's a 14.
Missed it by 1.
Mm-hmm. How about it?
You fall to your knees uncontrollably. You try to stand. You try to call out, but it seems as though your voice is trapped inside your lungs. And darkness consumes you. The last thing you see is the cold, wet grass falling to your face as you land unconscious. And that is where we're going to go on to a quick intermission and get the rest of the players in here. Let me hit that real quick. Alrighty. Welcome everybody to officially episode 1. It's not going to be episode 1, but it's more like episode 2.5.1. I don't even know. But welcome.
What you were watching was the prequels.
Yes, it was the prequels to Ingvar's the Gunbed. All right,
The
so
Empire did nothing wrong.
you guys. So last before we went into the long intermission, Ingvar was something happened to him. He was stabbed or something and went unconscious.
Yeah.
And that is where it starts now.
I think it's because he drank the piss in the bottle. The mysterious liquid in the bottle.
It is the mysterious liquid. You called it.
Yeah.
I was thirsty.
This, what you guys are seeing, is actually your church, Godwin. This is the church that you have been assigned to. It's a little rackety, a little run down. As you can see, there's a hole in your roof. It's been a tough year for you.
Wait, guys. It's a holy church. I'm just gonna leave that there.
Oh boy.
It's really holy. It's got multiple holes in it.
The session was great. I gotta go.
Yep. Anyways, no, this has been your church. It's been a tough year for you, however, with Danish raids. It's been hard to get the funding and the tithes that you've needed to be able to repair your church. This church has almost been, it feels like it's kind of been dropped on you. Kind of like nobody really wanted the responsibility, even though you have been somewhat of a successful priest, Godwin. You still kind of have to earn your title your way. And this is kind of their means of testing you. So they gave you this kind of rundown church, but you love it. It's your church. You are not the what is it? The abbot? Are they the lead, the head?
An abbot is a head of an abbey or a monastery.
Okay.
So a bishop would be like the head of multiple churches in an area.
Got you. So you are then I would say that you are the abbot of this church. You are the head of this church. However, you have been recently visited by the bishop, who is in charge of multiple churches in the area. You are super excited to show him all the work that you've done in your in the last year. Show him the repairs that you've done, the new baptisms of people. You're excited to talk to him, but your excitement is very quickly cut short by the Battle of York. There are many relief efforts that are now being sent out, and you are a part of one of them. Your church has decided to aid those in need, whether they be Danish or Saxon alike. You are just trying to save souls. And that is where you have found, as you were rummaging through the battlefields and traveling back and forth between your church, you found a body floating in a river, which you dragged out of the water and discovered that he was still breathing, but had a very severe and fatal stab wound in his back. You very quickly bandage him up and have dragged him back to the church, which now your church has almost become like a field hospital. You have Saxons that are all bleeding out, and you're trying to help everybody. Everybody in your church is rushing back and forth, and more bodies are just being brought to the church, and you're doing everything you can, and you're blessing everyone that you can, and doing what an abbot would do. And that is where I will bring you then to your interior of your church.
Interior alligator crack-a-lackin'.
So when you say I'm an abbot, is it because I'm just the head of this church, or is there a church and a monastery attached to it?
Just this church.
Okay, in that case, I'm just a priest, not an abbot.
Okay, then a priest. I wasn't sure of the word for it. Terminology, yeah. So, as you're rushing about, kind of directing your fellow brethren, trying to aid everyone you can, bearing those that don't make it, you have stabilized this individual that you have pulled out of the river. He's close to death. He almost died, but if it were not for you, he would have died, and you have saved him. Rowberry, give me a quick fortitude save.
No.
Okay, you don't wake up yet. You're still unconscious. It is at this point that, almost unexpectedly, because you're so focused on treating people, and it's almost loud. Your abbot is usually a peaceful, quiet place, but now it's loud with the hubbub of, people moaning and groaning and screams out in pain, and you're doing everything you can. That the front doors, poof, open up, and a couple Saxon soldiers walk in. These two right here. They walk in, and they demand, "What is going on here?" He seems to be the one that's in charge.
Right.
And you're back here. You are currently treating Ingvar.
Okay. All right.
They're kind of addressing some of your brothers, not actually
okay.
you.
Have the brothers like engaged
Yeah.
in conversation
So
with them?
seeing, people march in with swords drawn and everything, they're kind of like, whoa, whoa, like, hey, this is a place of God. Calm down. What can we do for you? The soldiers then begin scanning the room, and they see that you're helping Saxons, but they see you're also helping Danes. And they go,
You help the pagans? What is the meaning of this?
All right, so I walk over because I don't want them to handle everything, so this is my church, so I walk over next to them. Hello, I'm Father Godwin. How may I help you, brothers?
oh, sorry, here, I'm going to move the guy out of the way for you. There you go. So you step up to the soldier who seems to be in charge. He said,
I'll say it again. Why are you helping Danes?
My son, this is the house of God. Anyone is welcome here for safety and for healing.
For Christians, not for pagans.
All are all are loved in the sight of God, brother, my son.
Do you know what they did in York? They slaughtered. They killed innocents. And you now treat them?
All are sinners, my son. You cannot judge one to the other. You have sins yourself. At this point, I'm basically trying to persuade him to back off and let me do as I'm wanting.
give me a diplomacy check, and Robert, give me another fortitude save.
Where do I pull up my menu with all this stuff?
So if you go to journal, it's in the top right.
Okay, journal.
Looks like a little newspaper. Just open up your
Godwin.
character sheet.
Character sheet. There we go. Thank you.
All right. At
Okay,
this
sorry,
point,
which one?
Roberry, you are coming to. You can't really tell where you are. Last you remember, you were in the forest. But you are waking up to somewhat loud shouting and blurred images moving around. But you don't understand what they're saying. It's in a strange language that you don't understand. But you're still coming to. You're not fully able to even stand up yet. You're just recovering from a near-death experience. All right. What did you roll, Brennan?
Sorry, which one am I rolling?
A diplomacy.
Diplomacy.
15. You do manage to slow him down. He seems to be a man on a mission, but you have not convinced him yet. He still has his sword drawn. He begins to... He stops for a while, but then he begins to start to push past you again. He's like,
I'm under orders. Move out of the way, or I will move you forcibly.
Son, under whose orders do you
king.
enter God's church?
The king. He's ordered us to protect the land, and that's what I plan on doing. Now move!
and he is going to make a shove attack at you.
Okay.
So it's going to be his CMB versus your CMD. What's your CMD?
Let's see, CMD. Sorry, it's going to take me a second to remember where. Okay, 13.
It's all good. He rolled in that one. He's not moving you at all. Okay. So surprisingly, even for how, unthreatening you may appear, you're pretty built, and he is not able to move you. And keep in mind, this is a Dane, this is a Dane, and this is a Dane. The rest are all Saxons.
My son, you must remind the king that this is God's house, not the king's house. And I will do so as God wishes me to do in here. You will remove yourself immediately.
Well, then I'll remove the Danes.
And he signals to his guards to begin moving over to the Danes to remove them from the house of God.
Damn it.
And he's kind of giving you this stink eye. Your fellow monks, there's 3 of you in here, 4 of you actually, including you. They're kind of looking to you for advice. Do we let him pass? What do we do?
How many guards are there? There's just 2.
2 that you can see. There's only 2 in this building.
Okay.
Yes. And at this point, Ingvar, you are now fully awake. Again, you can't understand what's happening,
I
but you
feel
are
my
awake.
axe on my hip.
Yes, your axe is there.
All right. Seeing these are Saxons, Jordanes, I'm gonna draw my axe.
All right, so you are prone, and I will let you know that you're at like 5 HP right now. You're very...
Still exhausted.
Say what?
Am I still exhausted?
Yes. You almost died. So you have very little health.
Yeah.
You're not full health right now.
Is Ingvar standing up at this point?
Are you standing up, Ingvar?
I'm gonna try to.
All right. Ingvar kind of puts his hand on one of the benches and slowly lifts himself up. Pews. He lifts himself up and pulls out his axe. The monks, now seeing this, are somewhat scared of you, Ingvar, and they begin to kind of move away from you.
Okay. I rush over and basically try to help him, basically assist him up, try to hold him up, and basically, try to. Do I speak Danish? I don't speak Danish, do I?
I think you did. Yeah, you took it.
Oh, okay, I do. Okay, I start speaking Danish, and basically attempt to kind of hold him, but try to encourage him to lay down because he's injured and to not get back up.
So what are you gonna do, Ingvar?
How?
Say that again. Sorry, it cuts out really bad.
Yeah, you're really breaking up on my end.
How do you speak my language?
I have traveled many places, my son. But none of that right now. You need to rest.
I'm just gonna fall back down. I'm tired.
Yeah, I mean, you're still very weak. So somewhat voluntarily, but also involuntarily, maybe one of your legs buckle, and you kind of fall down onto the pew and then slowly lower yourself. The guard still...
I try to ease him down.
The guard still unrelenting. You, now done helping Ingvar, you turn around, and one of your monk brothers is still trying to hold back this guy. You guys are trying to de-escalate. And the soldier is like, "Enough! We're taking them outside and we're going to slaughter all of them for the pagans that they are."
Okay, and hearing that, I immediately rush over to him and basically tell him that if he's going to kill any of these pagans, that he's going to have to kill a priest first.
All right, so here, let me move the guy too. You guys are both sharing a space. So you rush over, and you're still trying to stop him, and you tell him "Hey, you're gonna have to kill us if you're gonna do this. You're gonna kill us." He kind of backs down for a minute at the thought of having to kill a priest. And it's at this point that the soldier that was trying to go to the Dane on the side, the other guard. Gosh, I'm trying to grab this guy out of the way. So this priest right here. You were not really paying attention to what was going on over there. And you hear somewhat of a scuffle, and then, and you turn to look, and the soldier has his sword through the priest.
Well, so the Saxon guy has stabbed a priest, or stabbed one of the monks?
Yes.
Jeez.
You're not sure what happened. You don't know if maybe the monk tried to shove him back and the soldier got pissed and stabbed him, or you're not sure. But seeing that, the whole room just bursts into chaos. The soldier is still almost shocked at what he just did. He's like, "Wait, I didn't mean it. And the soldier now, or the captain, is now seeing well, shit, this is not going to bode well for us. And you can see in his eyes that he's not planning on going down like this. It is at this time that your brother, or one of your fellow priests, seeing that your the other priest just got stabbed. He tries to protect you and steps in front of you and the captain. And he says, "Run! Run before they kill us all!"
Oh, jeez. Is he telling me to run?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to run. This is my church. I'm not going to abandon anything. So it's just the two guards that I see, right?
In here, yeah. One of them is in kind of shock after stabbing this priest, who is now dead. He lays on the floor, bleeding out.
All right. At this point, no, this is my church. I will not do any of this. And I basically rush over, kind of like put my face in this guard who just like stabbed him, and basically I tell him that if he values his salvation and values his soul, then he's going to leave the building immediately. I'm not going to let this go to chaos.
Give me a diplomacy.
Oh,
He's still in shock, and you can tell that he probably was at the Battle of York. He's somewhat beat up, and he looks really jumpy, like he's seen some shit.
Okay.
And having you rush over, and now the captain is kind of realizing, like, fuck, if this gets out that we kill the priest, this is not going to be good for us. He is now posing a threatening stance towards the monk that was telling you to run. Like, it's like a needle will what is it? Like the air is so thick you could cut it?
With a knife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tensions are very high. One wrong move, and this could become a massacre.
Okay. How many brothers are in the building, and how many wounded are on the floor?
So there's the 5 Saxons, who are all in the entrance, and then the 3 Danes who are in the back. So Ingvar, and then the one in the green, and then this one is also a Dane. You're now standing over your dead brother, and then there's 2 other priests in there with you, who are right here and right here. You're just like, what do we do?
Because, like, I'm not going to abandon the people that are there, and I'm not really going. I don't plan on leaving the building. I'm not gonna. Basically, I would rather die than abandon a bunch of dying people, especially like the brother who's just like died there. I've got to.
Please don't make me reroll. Make you reroll a character. TPK session 1.
I'd like to stand up again.
All right.
I'd like
So
to stand up again.
Ingvar, you don't understand what's going on. You're just hearing shouts, and you see one of the Saxons stab a priest. You're not sure what's going on, but you know shit's about to go down, so you stand up. We'll say that for the sake of actual statistics, what's your total health?
13, but I have 5 right now, you said.
Yeah, so you'll have 5. So you have 5 health currently. You have your armor and your axe and all that, though.
Okay. I'm gonna ready my axe and sword, axe and shield.
All right. So you're kind of taking a fighting stance, like shit's about to go down. I need to defend myself. Brennan, what are you doing?
Oh man. I don't know.
I like to make it difficult for you, Brennan.
Can I set a timer? I can.
Oh shit.
Can I? No, this is turn order. Never mind. All right, I'm gonna 6:55. All right. Got a timer going.
Damn it. How much time do I have?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Damn it. Okay, at this point, I am slowly but very purposefully, because I realize that this guy right here is in shock. He's not gonna be able to do anything. I got to go back to the leader. So I walk very assuredly back to him.
Also, just for your information, since this is your church, you know that there is a back door over here.
Over where?
He's pinging it on the map.
It's not showing up on mine. The ping. Wait a second.
Right
Actually,
here.
hold up. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I see it. Sorry, it wasn't showing up.
No, you're all good.
Okay. So basically, I basically very calmly just say, oh gosh, I don't know.
Tick tock, tick
Yeah.
tock.
Well, the thing is, like,
tock.
you're wanting me to escape this room, but like, but
I
it's
know.
against everything my character stands for to leave the room when there's a bunch of innocent people in there who need help.
Oh no! What are you doing, Igmar? Did you really just?
I'm gonna throw my axe through the guard.
I just see ranged. That's a miss. So you're trying to calm things down, and an axe goes whooshing by your head, Godwin, and barely misses the guard that's somewhat in shock, and goes clattering against the wall, falling to the ground. And there's like a dead silence. There's a silence before the storm. And upon seeing the Dane attacking, the guard almost jumps into a survival instinct that is just more animal than human. And he rushes over. So roll for initiative, everybody.
All right.
Sorry, Brandon.
It's okay. Just try to keep the peace. Not a big deal.
All right. So, soldiers rolled a natural 20 on their initiative. So they're going to go first. He's going to go 5, 10. And he's going to take a swipe at you, Rowberry.
And kill me. Uh-huh.
Nope, 13. Doesn't hit your 17 AC.
Well, I'm exhausted right now.
Does that affect AC?
It does. You still don't hit, but it does.
Oh, does it make you... Is it basically considered flat-footed?
No. So, it affects your strength and your dex. Your dex goes to your AC.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Does it reduce... How much does it reduce it by?
3. So it's only 14.
Okay. So he rushes in, and you barely get your shield up in time, and ding, the sword lances off your shield. At this point, seeing now the captain seeing his soldier rush in to yet attack again, and seeing a Dane, and these priests trying to protect the Dane, his survival instinct seems to kick in as well. And the thing that's standing between him and the Dane is the priest. So he attacks.
May get your whole church slaughtered.
He strikes out, and you feel your heart wrench, as this guy has been somebody that you've worked with and prayed with and had mass together, and you've done all these things with them for a full year now, and that you've grown fond of them, and just to see them cut down by even a Saxon, not even a Dane, but a Saxon, is almost too much for you to bear.
Okay.
He goes
At this point, I've kind of I've been really trying to keep the situation, but seeing that, I've effectively gone into emotion mode rather than intellect mode, into instinct. I have my staff on me, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is the guard within my reach?
Mm-hmm. He's right here. He's right next to you.
No, I said about the captain who just struck him down.
He's 5 foot away from you.
Okay. So yeah, I'll go for the guard. I basically attempt to strike him with the staff in order to knock him out.
The captain or the soldier?
Let the captain.
The soldier's the one attacking me.
Right. Let's the captain.
All right. So if you were to move 5 foot towards him,
Mm-hmm.
you would either need to use the disengage to not invoke an attack of opportunity because you are.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's just
in
a
that-
5-foot step.
Yeah, if you took a 5-foot step, you could, but doesn't that kill your
Okay.
movement?
You have no movement after that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm gonna go after the guard immediately attacking Ingvar, and then I'm gonna turn on the captain. So I'm not gonna try to kill them, but I obviously want to like knock them out and get everybody out of here.
Yeah. So roll for an attack.
Okay. I gotta find where everything is. Is it the weapons attack?
So
Trying to
it's your
remember.
bow staff.
Oh, staff. So I see flurry of blows. I see. Sorry, I just gotta find where everything is, and this will
You're
go
all good,
faster. Where would that be in my sheet?
Brendan or Robert, do you want to show him where that is? Since you have your sheet pulled up.
No, it's going to be on the left side of your page, under your main tab. Be
Okay.
weapon/attacks.
Let me open.
What do you
up
see
your-
under weapon/attacks?
Here, 1 second.
I'll open up your character sheet and try to find it with you.
So a weapon. I see
You turn
flurry
on
of
the
blows.
music.
Yeah. It's loading super slow.
Yeah, under weapon/attacks, I see flurry of blows, and that's it.
So he doesn't have a weapon equipped.
Did you not equip a bow staff? Oh my gosh,
I-
let me turn it down.
I thought we did, but it's not here in my sheet.
There we go. Wow, it's loading slow. Oh, just turned off completely. Alright.
Or because I'm a monk, am I just doing, or was I doing like full on just hand to hand?
Well, as monks,
Trying to-
you have bonuses to fists, but...
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have any gear equipped, so you didn't equip a bow
Okay.
staff.
Okay, so in that case, it's going to be flurry of blows. Okay. Just checking. All right.
Wow. Roll 20 is being super slow. Alright, so... That one definitely hits. Wait, is that a... Oh, wow, you rolled a nat 20. Nice.
Or was it a nat 20?
Yeah, he rolled a 1 and then a nat 20. Well, music apparently died. It's just gone now. Here, I'm gonna restart real quick. I'm gonna refresh the page. One second. My computer decided to just like crap out.
And cutting this out.
Yep.
I could see you were trying to get me to run out the back so hard.
You do what your character wants. I was just giving you an option.
Everything looked like it was about to go to hell, so I was like, I'll just push it forward.
It's all going to hell,
I'm
so
gonna
I'm just
strike
gonna.
before I get strike before I get struck.
Yep. All right. So you rolled a 0 on your first one. So flurry of blows is 2 attacks. So you swing with your first fist, and you just totally miss. You're somewhat in shock, but then your instincts kick in for your second one, and you bring your fist right into the guy's ribs. And with 15 freaking damage, he goes down, just with your one
Okay.
hit to the ribs.
Do I have any more movement after that?
And he falls unconscious since you were doing non-lethal. Yeah, you didn't use your movement, so you still have movement left.
All right. So now that I've seen he's gone down, I basically turn towards the captain, get within his range, and at that point, I don't have any more movement, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm like in a fighting stance. Like I'm prepared to defend anybody. I'm not gonna let another person get killed.
Yep. All right. Cool. Ingvar, what is your turn? What are you doing?
I'm gonna go over here. I'm guessing my axe fell about right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pick up my axe, and I'm just gonna look at this. I should start. I'm gonna use that as an action to just pick up my axe.
5, 10.
I'm gonna look at this captain, and I'm just going to scream at his face and scream at him as loud as I can.
Are you
just
trying
trying
to
to intimidate him.
All right, roll an intimidation.
Yeah.
So you scream, but this guy's been in quite a few battles. He just fought plenty of Danes that screamed at him, and he's not threatened by you. He sees that you limped over to your axe, and then you're like, ah! And he's like, yeah, you're not a problem.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I was really hoping you'd like roll like a 1 and just be like, you meow.
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 All right, top of the round, guards. Also the priests, I would say, would go at this time. Priests, being much like you, are just trying to save people's lives. So these guys are going to go 5, 10, 15, and he's going to like stand over this Dane, like holding up his hands, like don't harm him, don't harm him. The captain is going to he sees that you struck down one of his soldiers, and he's going to say, "You made a mistake. This isn't my fault." And he's going to rush out the door. 5, 10, 15, 20, and he's going to get to right there. You get an attack of opportunity on him, so roll your attack.
Okay. All right.
Not flurry of blows, just a basic attack. Flurry of blows is 2 attacks.
Right. Where's the basic attack?
Just roll a d20, and then
D20.
plus your strength modifier, which I don't think you have a strength. Do you have a strength? Yeah, so it's just a straight roll.
Okay.
Why'd you roll 2 d20?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
It's
to
all
do
good.
that.
And 2 still doesn't hit. So you you go and swing, but he dips out of the way and he steps out the door, and you hear him starting to shout to what you assume is soldiers outside.
Okay, assuming that there are soldiers outside, I rush to the door and proceed to shut it and bar it.
All right, so you rush over to the door. Give me a strength check real quick.
Okay. Poop.
So you're not able to close the doors too fast. It's not going to take too much, but it does take you a second to close one door and close the other door, and then you're lifting up this heavy beam, and boom, you put it down just in time for the door to go. Somebody or multiple somebodies just rammed into the door with their shoulders. Ugh, words. They're like, open this door! Ting, ting, ting. You're hearing sword hilts against the door.
Okay. So is there only one priest left in the building with me?
Yes.
The one standing over there? Okay. Is anybody in the room able to walk other than Ingvar and the priest?
So the 2 other Danes, they're still unconscious.
Okay.
The priest
right.
at this point, seeing that you close the door, steps out, and he's kind of like looking at you, and he's pale. He's just like, what the hell just happened?
Okay.
He's like, this doesn't look good, Father Godwin.
What's his name?
His name is... we'll say his name is Frankia.
Frankia, okay. Brother Frankia, are you able to assist any of the wounded out the back?
Yes, Father. I will do my best.
Leave Leave the Saxons, they won't harm them. If you can grab Attain, lift him, and carry him out the back door. You, and I turn over to Ingvar, can you carry yourself? Because I can see you're hobbling, so I gotta make sure you can go on your own. Like, do I have to help you?
I can carry myself, yes.
Alright. Help Father Frankia carry one of the 2 Danes out. Carry as many as you can. If we can't, we will go out the back door. So I proceed to basically go over to Father Frankia, try to assist this one Dane up, try to basically lift him,
Alright.
and try to kind of assist them, kind of carry him out the back. Are they such that, like, if you moved them, they would die? Like, how wounded is this guy on the floor? Like, if I moved it, would it be...
They're both pretty weak right now.
Okay.
They're also bags of potatoes. Like, they're not helping you at all. They're completely unconscious. They probably have internal bleeding. You brought them in on, like, carts and stretchers and stuff. You didn't just throw them over your shoulders and carry them. So
I basically, as I try to lift him, I see this isn't going to work. To basically get away, and my first priority is to, like, save the people who can get out. So I basically turn to the brother, and I turn to Ingvar, and basically usher them towards the back.
Okay. So
as quickly as
the
possible.
door is still, you hear the door, and you turn back and you see dust now starting to come off the hinges, and they're really trying to batter this door down. The priest is following you, but he kind of keeps glancing back, just like, you can tell he doesn't want to leave these Danes here, but there's not much you can do.
Right.
You get up to the door. Are you going? What's your battle plan here?
Basically, we're gonna go out the back, and is like, okay, what's my knowledge of the terrain around the church?
So similar to the picture I showed you, you have, a graveyard outside where you do, your Christian burials and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's primarily open fields with a few spattering of trees. You are on one of the major roads, so you don't have to worry too much about, like, losing your way. If you wanted to stay on the road, you could sprint on a road, or you could just run into a field and hope you find a forest. But primarily it's fields around the church.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to peek out the back, and I'm going to look around to see if there are any guards standing near the entrance that could see me. Do I see anyone?
Roll a perception. Let's see if your perceptions are better than Ingvar's.
If you roll over a 10, you're good. Okay, you see?
You do not spot any guards. Not
Okay.
by the front of the door.
All right, so I look out. Is there a field in front of us? Like, Is there anything growing, or is it like dirt?
So there's, like, a little bit of a fence. So, like, the road might run. Like, I'm gonna draw it closer, but the road is like there. So there's, like, a little bit of a wicket fence right there, but then out this way it's like fields and stuff. So tall grass, or crops that are being grown.
And I'm whispering at this point, Brother Frankia, help this Dane over the fence quickly now into the field.
Right away, Father. One of the priests come over to you, Ingvar, and puts his arms around you. Are you going to fight him, or are you just letting him touch you?
I'm going to let it happen because I know for a fact I'm way too weak right now.
All right. So he helps you out. You're accepting the help gratefully. Takes a little bit of finagling to get you over this little fence just because of how wounded you are. But you begin to hobble away, and that's when both of you hear shouting from behind you. They've got around the back! Chase them!
All right, so scrambling over the fence. Are we over the fence yet?
Yes, you're over the fence. So now it's just basically a mad break.
All right, quick, run into the field. Don't be seen. Follow me.
All right, so you guys begin sprinting off, and that's when a few arrows, and one of the arrows strikes Father Frankier in the back, and he falls, stumbling and causing Ingvar to stumble as well because he was carrying Ingvar. Ingvar, roll a reflex save for me real quick.
Just 0 modifier.
So
You just want me to die.
you're stumbling away, and an arrow strikes the priest next to you. He goes limp and falls to the ground, pulling you with him. Normally, this would be no issue for you because you're a strong man, but you're weak right now, and you fall prone. You turn around to see the Saxons are now beginning to give chase. At this point, I want you guys to give me some... Each of you give me a survival check.
Right.
The one thing I'm usually good at.
Yep.
Like I said.
Survival. There it is.
Nice. So, even though you turn back and you see your friend, your brother Frankia, fall dead, you see the Dane that he was carrying fall to the ground, but then almost rolling with the momentum and getting back up, and with this adrenaline and this anger in his eyes, you see him just begin sprinting, and he sprints right past you. You're like, okay, let's do this. And you follow him, and you're sprinting through these fields of wheat and corn and tall grass, and it's hitting you in the face. And have you ever run through a cornfield and you know how it gets in your eyes and your face starts breaking out in hives? That's what's starting to happen, but you don't care. The adrenaline is pumping through you, and you trip and you fall, but then you get back up, and you fell just in time as an arrow goes whizzing past your head. And you guys actually manage to escape far into past the fields and into a forest that you see off in the distance. The shouts of the pursuers slowly falling further and further behind as you gain distance on these pursuers. This is where you then, I will have you guys roll me a stealth check to try to hide.
Stealth check.
So that's actually what you guys needed. It was not too high of a check because you guys actually managed to get some good distance. So you go, and this forest slowly begins to grow thicker and thicker, and it almost begins to become a swamp. It's very damp. There's tall, like ferns that have the big leaves. You know, I don't know what they're called. There's a picture of them on the bottom right there. The path begins to become more slushy, and you are almost seems like you're wading through water, which helps because now it's harder to track you. You manage to pull Ingvar, this wounded Ingvar, whose now adrenaline is seeming to wear out, and you pull him behind a tree, and you sit, and you're just... and all the thoughts of what just went down in your church come flooding in of what the hell? Saxons killing priests? What is this world coming to, you know? Men have just gone virile. They've gone animalistic, and they're just killing people now at this point. And you have thoughts of, you know, Saxons are now just as bad as the Danes, and, you know, may God save us. And you begin praying, and that's when you hear, as you're praying, and Ingvar is sitting there, catching his breath as well, you hear your pursuers far off in the distance, and you hear them turn, and they go a different direction. You feel for now that you have lost them. It is at this moment that you can now catch your breath. But you are deep within a swamp, and you don't really quite know where you are. You know there's a few swamps nearby, not, I wouldn't say nearby, but within like a day of where you were, but you were so set on just sprinting and surviving that you kind of lost track of where you are. So you don't know what swamp you're in.
Okay.
But all you know is you can't go back.
Okay.
Well, priest, you've led me out here. Where are you going to take me now?
Wherever God takes us, I suppose. And I kind of look out. I'm kind of double checking. Like, I'm kind of listening to what he's saying, but I'm kind of like double checking, looking around, make sure there's like nobody within earshot, nobody close enough.
Like I
really
said, your
wanting to make
pursuers
sure we're
seem
safe.
to have run off in a different direction, so
Okay.
you are
Okay, I look.
alone for now.
Can. How's your wound?
It'll heal. It's like hell, but it'll heal.
Can you still walk?
Yes. Let's get somewhere safe. Let's get somewhere to rest and make camp.
Very well. Follow me. I do not know this way very well, but I have some idea of where we are.
Oh, that's reassuring, priest. Lead the way.
So you do have somewhat of a moment where if you would want to try to heal Ingvar a little bit more, you could try to do a heal check
Okay.
to restore some of his hit points.
Okay, as we kind of stumble out, I'm going to examine his wound and... first I examine the wound. How's the state of the wound?
It's not looking too pretty. It was bandaged, but running through fields, tripping through dirt, and now being in a muddy swamp, his bandages have collected a coating of dirt.
Okay.
I mean, both of you are pretty filthy at this point. So you, just knowing your background in healing, you can probably figure out, hey, if I don't clean this wound out, it's going to get infected.
Right. So I'm going to attempt to heal then.
Alrighty. Okay. I will say that it's not going to grow worse. I won't say that it's high enough to actually heal him any, but you do take off his dirty, bloodied rags of bandages and put brand new ones. You rip a part of your robe off to bandage his back, and it is clear and clean for now.
Okay.
But he hasn't healed any.
Can I attempt to heal myself?
Yeah, if you want to. I would say
I
it's
remember
gonna
I
be
learned from those guys at camp once I landed at beach.
Yeah.
Landed at the beach.
I would say if you try to do it yourself, it would be at disadvantage because it is at your back. But if you wanted to aid Godwin while he was helping you, I would say
Yes.
that Godwin could roll again at advantage, or it would have been at advantage.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
So roll
I'll
another
assist
heal
him.
check. Godwin.
Okay.
Okay. So because of the advantage, Ingvar kind of is pointing out a couple of places where he knows that it's hurting, and he's kind of communicating, and with the communication, it actually helps you, and you're able to help him a little bit. Roll a 1d6, Ingvar or Godwin, for health points recovered.
Go ahead, Godwin.
Nice.
Oh,
So-
I'm really happy I let you do it.
You very skillfully you managed to find actually some herbs in this swamp that you pack into the wound, and you very skillfully wrap his back and clean it of any dirt and stuff that could infect his wound.
Nice
And
job,
he's
Davis.
looking better. You like pop his shoulder back into place. It's like, oh, okay, thank you.
And as I do so,
better.
as I finally do so, what is your name, my son?
My name is Ingvar. I believe I heard that your name was Brother Godwin.
You can simply call me Godwin. Most people call me Father, but I know that probably doesn't make any sense for you to call me that.
I'll stick to priest. You are definitely not my father.
That's good enough for me.
All right, so seeing as how, your pursuers are still behind you and they're still probably searching for you, there's only one course of direction, and it's deeper. So
Okay.
you slowly and quietly, trying to leave as little of a trace as possible, wander deeper into the swamp, hoping to either lose your pursuers or wait there long enough that they give up. All right, so we've got an actual map here for you guys. I need to move Ingvar into it because this was supposed to, or Godwin, because this was just supposed to be Ingvar. I'm adapting as we go.
So I screwed it up, huh?
No, it wasn't you. This was supposed to be all of Ingvar's backstory, but
Oh.
I shortened it to get you guys in here.
Oh.
Okay, so I want you guys to move in turn order for this portion.
Okay.
So let me know what you guys are, where you guys are going, just because this terrain is starting to get more difficult. You do notice, you guys, as you're going through the swamp, you notice that there is this bridge that you're now standing on that gets you up off the water, but you're somewhat confused as to why there's a bridge in the middle of this swamp. Like, is somebody out here? So you can follow the bridge in order to maybe lead to something. You're not quite sure.
Okay. Is there a large, or I mean, not large, long stick nearby that I can pick up?
Roll a
Something
perception. Perception. See if you can find something to.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, you are covered in sticks. You
All right.
find a perfectly straight stick, which is very durable.
Okay. Made of oak, preferably. Okay. So long oaken stick. So I
There's your
basically
staff.
take that.
Now you have your staff.
Okay, perfect. I got my staff. I'm basically cautiously kind of feeling out like each like board as we lock, because it doesn't look very sturdy, but it does look like it would keep us dry. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of like going through. I'm kind of using my staff to like test the boards as we go.
Okay.
So and eventually I get to the end of the bridge.
Yeah, you're being careful because it looks like termites might have been eating this. Also, Ingvar, don't forget to move your character as you go as well. So you're kind of poking each board, putting a little bit of weight on it to make sure you don't fall through and fall into the waters below. And you get right up to the edge.
Okay, I take my staff and I kind of like plunge it into the water to like test how deep it is. See if I can wade through it.
Are you moving, Ingvar, or are you still back there? Oh, I can't even hear him now.
I don't hear him either.
That's because I muted my mic. You said we're moving in turn order, didn't you?
Not turnover, just move together. Move square by square, so I can track your guys' movement.
Oh yeah, then I'd be moving like 5 steps behind him.
Okay. So you're following him as he's kind of, leading the way cautiously. You lean out a little bit and you push your stick down. We'll say that your stick is, if it's a staff, it's probably 5 foot. It's almost as tall as you are, so it's probably a 5 foot staff that you have. It goes about 4 feet down, and it hits the bottom, but the bottom is sloshy. So you go about 4 feet, and then you're able to push in another foot. So your arm is completely submerged in the water.
Okay,
and you go to pull your staff out. It's like, you know how like you step in like wet mud. That's what it kind of feels like.
Okay.
Cheers.
This way isn't looking very promising, Invar.
I don't see any other option. We must keep pushing forward.
But over here, there is more of like the bridge. It just seems like it collapsed here, and it continues on over this way.
Is that just a 5 foot jump?
Yeah, it's a 5 foot jump. There is a little bit of a breakdown there, so you'd have to kind of straddle the supports, and then because from where you're standing to there, that's like a 10-15 foot drop. But if you could get up to the edge where it collapsed, then it's a 5 foot.
Okay, so yeah, I'm testing out these boards, kind of moving forward really carefully. First board.
Okay.
Second board.
Give me a let's just be like a dexterity to balance, or is that no? It's not reflex. It's a dex. Yeah, give me a dex roll.
Okay.
There's like actual acrobatics roll.
Is there? Okay, yeah. Give me an acrobatics. That's way better. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm still learning Pathfinder. My bad. Okay, a lot better. So you, again, being a priest, you are still pretty strong, and you're pretty athletic, and you manage to gracefully walk out on just one of the support beams, and you get to the end. You now have a 5 foot jump to get to the other side. Ingvar is still on the other side, though.
Alright, I turn and
Yes, I'm watching in amazement.
and be very careful on those boards. Do you think you can manage?
Honestly, no, but we're gonna find out if I will make it.
All right, give me a acrobatics.
It's a -2. All right.
That's a -1. That's amazing.
I rolled a nat 1 for
That's a
acrobatics.
nat 1. That's crazy. So you're like, "Do you think you can manage?" And he's like, "Uh-huh." And before he even takes a step, he just falls right through. And he falls in.
A little heavier.
The water's only up to about his chest, but his feet sink into this mud, and it's a struggle to. You're trying to like wade through this water at this point.
Alright. I step
you're
over
still up
on,
on
like,
top.
there's like a support beam right here, right? Like a little bit to my
Yeah,
right.
where it came
Okay,
up,
I'm
yeah.
gonna stand there because it's obviously a little sturdier, and I reach out my staff to basically pull him up
Okay.
onto the next beam that I'm standing on.
Give me a strength check.
Yikes.
Nope.
Alright, it's my time to die.
So you try to pull him up, but you're trying to lift his weight plus whatever weight is added to him sticking to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
See, he is able to move. He's just really slow.
Mm.
He's not sinking, though. It's not like quicksand or anything.
Alright. Can you move? Keep moving. Slowly. Don't panic.
Sure. Yeah, we'll go with that, priest. Whatever you think is best.
Make your way over to one of these support beams and see if you can lift yourself out.
Alright, I'd like to try to make my way over there then.
All right. Do you want to go to... You control your character. I don't want to move for you.
Yeah, so I've fallen...
Where you were.
Somewhere
You didn't
about
even
right
move.
here, right?
You didn't even move.
Oh, I
You,
just
you went right through the
fell in
boards.
through the floor.
So
Alright, then I'm going to try to use
half-
my
half
strength to
movement.
pull... Then I want to try to use my strength to pull myself back onto the bridge.
Okay. Do a strength check.
Hang on. There you go.
Nope. You're too stuck. Again, you can wade through this. It's just really slow.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll move now.
All right.
Um,
So you see Ingvar try to pull himself out. Okay, I'm just gonna go. So he just starts sloshing through this.
Alright. So as he's sloshing through, I'm going to attempt to come over to this support beam, which is the closest, and jump to the next.
All right.
The next part of the
Give me an
bridge.
acrobatics check.
uh-huh.
All right. So you again gracefully leap from from the little pillar over to the other side of the bridge. Give me a reflex save.
Reflex?
Mm-hmm.
Where's reflex?
Gonna be on the left. It's REF.
Oh, on the left.
Uh,
Next to like fort.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, nice. So you gracefully jump and you land on the other side, and you manage to catch yourself, but you're actually surprised because the other side you were sure of your footing, but there was some kind of substance on the other side of the bridge that you like almost slip and just eat the side of the bridge. But you managed to
Sorry, I
catch
got
yourself.
really excited last time when I saw you get over those.
Oh my gosh. But you
So-
get to the other side.
Okay, but I slipped.
You started to slip, but you succeeded on your
Okay.
reflex. But there was
Okay,
some
cool.
kind of substance on the other side that almost made you crash.
Okay. Do I have any idea what the substance is?
Give me a nature check.
Sure. There it is. Yeesh.
No. You have no idea.
Okay.
Fuck a minute.
Come, Ingvar. Come over here and lift yourself up.
I'm guessing you're making me do half movement through this, correct?
Yeah, but since you can just get over to him. It just takes a minute.
Okay, cool, because I have only 10 feet of movement, so...
Yeah, it takes a minute, but you get over to him.
All right.
Just because you could keep rolling strength checks to try to get him up, we'll say that after a minute, you actually manage to slowly get his feet unlodged from the mud and pull him up onto the bridge. But having to be careful because you're still slipping. Like, whoa, like this surface is really slippery, oddly.
So,
Okay, I assist him basically to kind of get up on here out of the water.
Okay.
Making some room.
is he able to, or did you want him to roll anything?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You avoid the slippery spots.
All right. Be very cautious here. This is not very stable. So I'm just kind of inching forward.
All right, you're using your
and
staff
watching my foot.
and you're poking
Yep.
forward. You're good. You're good. Nothing happens. The bridge is a little wobbly, but it seems to be pretty. Move in 5 foot squares. Don't just like.
I'm role playing, man. Okay.
I get you're moving slow. I'll keep that in mind when using
Does the
your stuff.
bridge continue on this little island, or
So the
like-
bridge goes up to the island and rests. So now you're on dirt at this point. So you're inching forward, and at this point now it's this thick underbrush and trees and roots that you're kind of having to struggle to climb over and go under, but you're managing to go through it slowly but surely.
All right.
As Ingvar slowly follows you. All right, stop there for a second. Go back.
Mhm.
Oh. All right, and then Ingvar also moved into it. Both of you give me a
Oh, no.
wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
You want to go ahead and try that again with Pathfinder rules?
A
Will?
will.
Okay.
We should have just done 5e. All right, and Ingvar? Oh, Ingvar got
Already
it.
Already did it.
Okay. 12 and 8. All right. So, as you're walking, you're trudging through and you're not really paying attention to what you're stepping on. You're more focusing on just trying to get through this underbrush. And Godwin, you hear a little snap. And you turn and you look up to a undead creature. What it looks like. There's a skull and claws, and it comes swooping down and stops right in front of your face. You are now shaken.
Okay.
You quickly figure out, oh, it's fake. It's not an actual like demon or something. But
Okay.
it scared the living daylights out of you that you now have the shaken modifier. The shaken modifier is a -2 to all saving throws.
Okay.
I believe he can add that to his conditions up at the
Yes,
top.
you should be able to add that to conditions. However, Ingvar, being the icy-veined, cold-hearted warrior that you are, you see it and you instantly are like, "No, that's fake. It's whatever. I'm fine." You barely
Never been on a battlefield, priest.
Not exactly a battlefield, but I've been in a couple scuffs.
All right, you continue on. So yeah, so whatever save it is, you just add a -2 to it, unless you were able to add it to your conditions.
How long does that last?
It lasts for a minute.
Until he tells us to take it off.
Yeah, until. So
Are you coming?
you're coming, Ingvar.
All right, I'm going to kind of tap at this boards too to kind of make sure they're structurally sound.
Okay. Give me a reflex save. So, and then -2, so that would be a 19. So you kind of stop at the next bridge and you're poking it with your stick, and you narrowly avoid a wire that you notice goes across the bridge. And you're like, whoa, you pull your stick back, and you did not activate it, whatever it was.
What in God's name are these contraptions doing out in the middle of nowhere?
You tell me it had to have been your Saxons.
I have never seen Saxons set stuff up like this before.
All right.
Most Danes would rather fight you face to face.
You can now step onto the bridge without triggering the trap. Since you know where it is, you can avoid it.
Okay.
Boop. Does that go for both of us?
Yes. He points it out to you.
Oh, okay, good.
All right, so you slowly work your way across the bridge, stepping ever so gingerly, and also this is like one plank, so you're kind of like, ooh, occasionally it'll wobble a little bit as you're going across, but it's still sturdy enough to get across without any issue.
Are you going to move, priest?
Wait, where are we? Can we? Oh, I see. I had to scroll down. Never mind.
I know. Ingvar's just standing behind him like, you good to go?
Alright, and we get to the other side.
All right. Give me a reflex save.
Hooray!
Only Godwin.
Okay, just me?
Yep.
Good.
Ingvar didn't step into it.
You're letting me
Good.
take everything.
Yes.
Aw, crap.
All right. So you're stepping out, and you step out, and this time you don't use your staff to check. And you hear a similar thwink, and you're standing there, and then it's almost as though you're suspended. The entire floor beneath you caves, and you fall. You take 2 damage.
Ow.
So take your 2 damage, and you are now inside of a pit.
Okay. See, how do I take the damage in here?
Just your health. Just annotate how much damage you took.
Is this in the character sheet?
Mm-hmm.
So this would be the hit points, I'm assuming?
Yes.
So I just changed the current to 8?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Just remember your maximum, because there should be like a temporary. Yeah. All right. So you're in a pit right now.
Oh, look at that, priest. If I threw in a couple snakes, you'd be like just how your people killed my king.
I'm not mistaken. It wasn't a priest who threw your king in a pit.
But it was the priest who rejoiced.
So if you would like to climb out, you can do a climb check to try to get out of the hole.
Alright, I will attempt a climb check. Where is the climb check?
It'll be in skills.
Oh, I see it.
It's in the seas.
Yep.
Hey, no more.
Barely,
You gotta eat your
'cause
snacks.
you're still
eating
shaken. So barely you manage to heft yourself up. Ingvar kind of helps you a little bit, maybe, if he feels like it.
First. I'll help him a
Does he
little.
feel like?
Ingvar kind of gives you a hand and pulls you out of the pit. And you get to the other side.
I can see you're really the grateful type, Ingvar.
Oh, let me add Ingvar to this again. All right, so you get to the
Wait,
other
Ingvar.
side. This is now slowly becoming less.
Where am
Oops, I opened up Ingvar's. I meant to open up Godwin's. You're all the way in the top.
I? Yeah,
left.
you said Ingvar, and I'm like, I'm there.
This is slowly becoming less wet and just swampy, and more of just now thick underbrush. Hold on though. I'm getting your guys' characters in there.
And now we're invisible.
Yep. There you go.
We're now in the upside down.
There we go. Okay. All right. Same old Joe.
Go grab your juice right there.
So you're moving from left to
grab
right. That's your current trajectory that you're going.
All right.
Which one? Which one do you want?
So just move square by square.
Cool.
I'm sure you've
Ingvar,
figured
would
out
you
that
like to go
the reason,
first this time?
the reason I'm having
take
you
point.
the reason I'm having you do it is because of traps, so I can see if you hit them or not.
Right.
All right, I'll be following you, priest.
I think you should take point now.
No can do, priest. Your land, you move.
Very well.
You led us this way. You will lead us out.
All right, so you slowly begin to cautiously now move through this terrain. And Ingvar following a few steps behind.
Well, so much for Danish bravery. You know, letting the priest go.
I'd rather
first.
my life be safe than. Hey, better the priest dead than the Dane.
Suit yourself. I heard so much about Danish bravery, but guess that's not the case in real life.
Okay, Ingvar, stop real quick. Go back. All right, so
All right.
back one more. So in your haste to prove to Godwin that you are brave, give me a reflex save. You kind of push past him, and you're just like storming on. Oh,
Natural 20.
You're storming on, but you're like, hold on, let me not be stupid here. And you stop just in time. You look down, and there's yet another string right in front of you that runs
I'm
from...
not going to tell the priest.
You're just going to
He
step over
insulted
it?
my bravery. I'm just
Roll,
going to step over it.
roll a bluff check, and Brennan, roll an insight.
All right.
Also, you're not shaking
Sense
anymore
motive,
at this
Brennan.
point, because you've been traveling now for a minute again. So, fresh.
Okay.
Sense motive, not
Insight.
insight.
Oh, sense
Sense-
motive.
Sense motive.
Sense-
I'm here to help him remember
Thank you.
Pathfinder.
Thank
It's
you.
okay.
I just need to have, like, a translator for...
Yes!
Yep, you do not notice that he steps over a trap.
Okay.
It just looks like he's walking normal.
All right.
All right, Brennan, give me a reflex.
Make sure I step ahead one.
You
Like
like
a dick.
watch him speed up a little bit. Ooh, just what you needed. That is exactly what you needed.
Ah, damn.
You kind of like, why is he acting weird? Look down, and you're like, this little motherfucker. So you avoid the trap.
Priest!
And I'm not gonna say anything.
You just step over it all nonchalantly.
I'm just gonna
I'm just
turn
gonna
the
look
other
very
cheek.
disgruntled.
I'm turning the other cheek.
Oh gosh. All right, Ingvar, roll me a reflex.
Is the reflex here or here?
Where are you currently?
Well,
All right.
Okay.
This time, however, you are not so fortunate. You hear a
no!
doink, and there's this odd noise of clattering bones and cans and this weird concoction that falls down, and the wind blows into it, and it goes as it's like spinning and catching the wind, and the bones are clacking, cling, cling, cling. But nothing happens other than a lot of noise.
Oh, be wary. Someone had to have heard that. HEF, what are you typing?
Nothing.
All right. So because of that noise, I want to look really intently around to see if I see anything or notice anything around us, because I don't want anything attracted by the noise. So
Okay.
will I need a perception for that?
Yes, give me a perception.
Okay. There it is.
So you quickly look around. You don't notice anything bearing down on you based on the noise. It was just a noise trap.
Okay.
That's all you can really deem. You, with a high enough perception, you also notice that there's no traps in the nearby vicinity of that one.
Okay. Let's continue on. Over in that direction.
You will wait for me, priest. I will move now.
I like how you're like.
I'm not taking that direct path. I'd like to make a perception to see if I see any traps between these two trees.
All right, give me a perception.
All right, time to move.
You feel safe as hell.
No, priest, while we're here, I might as well ask you, where are we going?
That's a great question.
I mean, you guys were
kinda
just trying to
wandering
escape.
back and forth right
You
now.
were just trying to escape because you couldn't really turn back and go back because they were searching for you there.
True.
So you basically were like,
True.
okay, well, let's just go into the swamp and hide, and that's when you started seeing bridges and stuff.
Ingvar, anywhere where the killing priests and killing anybody, Saxon and Dane, is a place I don't want to be.
Killing priest doesn't sound too bad.
All right,
Says you.
you guys then have cleared this map. Good job.
Hooray!
Thank you.
As you guys progress,
No, it's
through-
too hot for a blanket.
As you guys are progressing through this swamp,
Give me 1 second, guys.
okay.
Here, I'm gonna go grab something too while he's doing
Perfect. All right. Well, now they can't hear us, right? Yep. So they're 200 feet in gating currently.
Okay, so I'm thinking I'm going to be setting up like menacing looking dancing lights kind of in the trees and stuff.
Okay.
Kind of, as far out as I can without getting into range of them.
Yeah. What's your spell save DC?
So dancing lights doesn't have a spell save, but mine is.
But just for the sake of them, just to try to scare them, so I know what roll they need to do.
Yeah, I can't. Isn't it wisdom? I don't. I remember
Wisdom is
talking
your
to you about that.
modifier, yeah.
Wisdom is my modifier, so that's probably the spell save.
And then
Or
it's like
will.
half
Will.
your level.
Will is the spell save, right?
Yeah, for wisdom,
Pathfinder.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So will. Yes.
I was just wondering
yeah,
what the
so-
specific number, if it was like 13 or 14 or whatever it might be.
Right. So I'm doing dancing lights kind of around.
Do you have any other spells that have a saving throw? Because then you can just gauge it based on that.
Yeah. So saving throw will negates. Yeah. So it would be will.
Okay. Does it say what number will negates?
Unfortunately, it does not.
Okay.
All right.
I'll just come up with one. And we'll figure that out later, just to keep things moving.
What are we figuring out?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You guys are perfectly safe. I had a lot of fun making those two maps for you guys.
My poor character. He doesn't even get to like grieve. He's just like run.
Yep. I had to try to think of a way that you and Ingvar would work together and not try to murder each other. So,
Like, my options were basically escape or stay and basically get killed right at the beginning of the campaign.
well, the thing is, if you can come up with something clever enough, I will allow a lot of crazy shit, you know?
Right.
Because there's times that I don't think of
Right,
anything.
of course.
Like, when Rowberry thought of escaping
Always.
and actually bringing people back, I didn't think of that.
Mm-hmm.
But it worked out really well.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Nice. All right. That's sick. So, you guys are progressing through this now thick, kind of swampy. It's definitely a wet forest, but it's more just thick undergrowth now. And off in the distance, through the thick foliage and trees, you see a slight glow. What you think might be a cabin window or a fireplace. Just judging from the distance that you are, you can't quite tell. I want both of you, however, to give me a will save.
Okay.
All right. So as you're like, there's light, let's investigate. You begin moving closer. There's these lights that begin flying past you and moving around you. And for a second, you're like, these are fireflies, maybe. But they're far too big to be fireflies. They're glowing very brightly. Ingvar, you're simple-minded. You don't really give a shit. You're just kind of like,
Yeah.
yeah, you're just like, oh, fireflies, whatever. Whereas Godwin is very frightened by this. Being especially a religious man, you're like, is this a sign? What could this be? And you are shaken again.
Damn it.
As you grow closer, both of you give me a perception check real quick. Oh, wait, yeah, both of you totally spot this. As you grow closer, you can now see that it is a cabin. It is still a ways off, but you can tell that there's a cabin in these woods that all of the bridges and everything were leading towards. So your curiosity is piqued at this point. The lights have diminished. You're not sure, Godwin, what it was about, but it definitely frightened you. And it is at this point that both of you are kind of walking, and there's a tree in front of you, and you swear that as you were walking towards this tree, there was nothing written on this tree. But as soon as you get close, there's words that seem to glow and shine and carve its way across this entire bark of the tree. And what it says, in seeming to be a language that all of you understand, it says, "Get out or die."
I've heard stories about a cabin in the woods.
And what have you heard?
Seems to be, well, this seems to be the work of a mystic. If you get on their bad side, they will curse you.
Demonic forces at work,
Street
more like.
or get out or die. Not demonic, just something out of your full mind, priest. But I, Ingvar, understand it.
Sure. There are two forces at work in this world: that of God and that of demons. Nothing else, as far as I can see.
So, what are you guys doing?
Let's move forward.
What are you guys doing at this point?
I'm moving forward.
Moving forward? All right.
I'm not gonna let a tree trunk scare me.
I, on the other hand, I'm not so much nervous at the words as I don't really want to, near something that looks super demonic and evil.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm really cautious.
All right. So are you kind of hanging back, or are you just going to follow, but from a distance, or what are you doing?
I'm, basically, Ingvar is just like trudging ahead, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ingvar, what do you think you're going to accomplish by going in there?
I'm going to talk to the Mystic. They might be able to help.
Ugh.
For one, it seems that I'm cursed with a priest attached to me right now.
Curse is a very strong word, considering I just abandoned all my brethren to save your life.
Makes a good point.
If you abandon those that are dead.
And were you going to help them?
I was joyous.
I would have helped them, but I'm gonna try to save those who I can help, and the person I could help was you. And I would encourage you.
Stop me from going to Valhalla.
You can go to Valhalla on your own. Not while I'm around.
I tried. You stopped it. Let's just go talk to this Mystic.
It's a stupid argument. Okay.
No, I
Okay,
love it. This is good dialogue. This is where like characters really get developed. It's good.
Okay. All right. So basically, like, I really don't want to, but I also feel like it's like divine, the fact that like I'm with Ingvar and that I just so happened to like save his life, and he's the only person who I was able to save. So I very cautiously, from a distance, follow him.
Okay. So
But
you
I'm
just
like,
kind of
I have like a cross around my neck, right?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm like cleaning my cross. I'm like
Holding
saying
your cross.
prayers. Like as I move, like I'm like taking this spiritually very seriously.
Okay. All right. So you
And as I'm walking and getting close to the cabin, I just want to start yelling, Mystic! Just to get their attention so they know we're here.
all right.
I don't want to scare them.
Tyler, would you have left your cabin or would you have stayed inside? Because I read the message that you sent. Would you have gone out to do that or would you have waited?
I probably would have waited.
Okay. So as you guys are drawing closer, this is the sight that you see. You see this rickety-looking cabin that's on these stilts that somehow is holding up this house, which really realistically should not be holding up this house. They're going in every which way, and they've been nailed from multiple different directions. Definitely somebody that is not a construction worker made this. But it's a house, and it gets them off the ground.
Tree here is not as good as I wished.
As you grow closer, you also notice that there are two bodies that have been strung up underneath the house. You can very quickly recognize that these are two Saxons that have been chained up underneath the house. They are both dead, however. And you
We're in
draw
luck,
closer.
priest!
What in God's name?
All right, and Ingvar, that is when you call out. Tyler, are you going to do anything, or
Yes.
would you just care to sit inside?
No, I'll do what I said I did.
The creepy lurky
All
type.
right. So. All right, so this is what you guys see as you're coming in. You are now right next to the house.
Nothing. Gotcha.
Wait, is the house
Don't see
like to
anything,
my
gotcha.
left or is the house to my right?
The house is down here. You're seeing the corner right now, but it's growing dark at this point, so you're having trouble seeing.
It's the house.
Okay.
You can't see through
Um,
walls. I have dynamic
okay,
lighting
I-
on, so.
I, out of concern for the dead, of course, inspect the bodies. What do I see?
Well, again, they're both dead. They both have been hung up. They are missing a few body parts. A
Okay.
here,
Like
there, a finger there.
Does it look like they've been there for a long time, or is this recent?
A few days, yeah. So they've been there for a while.
Okay.
Um,
Is there any way for me to like pull them off?
so they are hung up by chains, not by rope.
Okay.
So you can't just cut it
Priest,
or.
I must warn you, not want to remove those bodies without first talking to the one inside. not bode well for you.
Talking is one way of putting it. I basically try to say a quick prayer over the two bodies that are there before we move on.
All right.
Just like a quick, blessing and parting.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you do that. Ingvar, what are you doing?
I'm going to look for the steps to the
Alright.
house.
All right,
To get up to
just
the house.
Move your character around to try to
That'd
find
be-
the front door. Because again, it's dark,
I
so
guess
you're having
that's over
trouble.
here.
You're having trouble seeing. These guys you're humans, no dark vision. And I would say actually Ingvar is a bit of the way back because you're still probably, or not Ingvar, Godwin is probably back still praying as Ingvar
Yeah.
trudges forwards.
I'm really upset at this point.
Yeah. Well, I can imagine. I mean, you've been through-
I was already
lot.
upset because I watched my brother and die and everything, but now I'm really upset. Now it's starting to hit me.
All right, so you come around and you're at this corner.
Priest, I found the stairs!
All right, Tyler, you were gonna do your thing.
Yep. So, boom, slams open a door right in front of you, and I cast Daze on Ingvar.
So whatever the roll is, roll for it.
So it's will save.
Alright.
At this point,
nope, that's a natural one.
So you
I
shout out
excited him,
Ingvar.
right?
You get to the door and you're like, "I found the door!" Boom! And you are greeted with a palm in the face, and some kind of magical aura emanates off of it. What does Daze do?
You cannot take any actions, Ingvar.
So you see bright lights, and you're just like, you're dazed. You're exactly what it says. You stumble back a little bit, and you're just like, whoa! And you hear this, Godwin. You don't see it. You're still around the corner, but you hear the big, the door opening up.
And then I scream out over towards Godwin. Why are you here?
Please keep up that voice the entire time.
I love
I
it.
will do my best.
I love it.
In God's name, who are you?
Who are you?
I am Father Godwin. We seek refuge.
He's a priest, kill him, not me!
Oh my god.
Go away!
We
Did
seek
you
no
not read
harm.
the signs? Big sign! Get out! Or
I
die!
can't read.
Die! I know you read the signs!
Believe me, we read it. I warned him.
Are you still chilling around the corner, Godwin?
Yeah, I'm looking around.
Pressed
the
up
corner,
against the
I am-
wall?
Yeah. I'm just peering around. Do I see him?
No.
Okay, I just hear him.
Yep.
His days last.
Days technically last one round, so
So
you
at this
should be
point,
wearing
you're
off
starting
at
to
this
come
point.
back too. You're getting your vision back, and you're able to react.
Okay, I'm starting to creep forward now since I don't see her, but I'm really cautious.
Ingvar just stumbles back, steps back, keeps his distance.
Do you see those Saxons
Careful
down
of the
there?
mystic priest.
That will be you!
Yeah, I was happy.
Woo!
All right, so you guys are stepping forward. I'll bring you back to this map so we can move. But in the doorway, this is what you see.
Rose.
Thank you.
Thank
Wait.
you.
Wait, she has a raven. This is a good sign for me.
So in the doorway, carrying a staff that has been crafted into a dragon's head or a horse head or whatever that might be, with a raven sitting on top, she's holding this amulet shouting at you. Get off my lawn! Alright, now that you know what you're dealing with, I'll bring you back to the map.
Are
I'm not
you gonna
Saxon,
leave?
woman. I am Dane.
I don't think she cares, Ingvar.
Dane? Dane?
Dane!
Why didn't you say so? Come on in.
Thank you. I knew the mystic would be friendly to me.
You can stay out there, priest. I'm gonna hang you up in a little bit, okay?
Have fun, priest. And I'm just gonna step past the woman.
I'm just like speechless at this point.
I slammed the door.
Oh my gosh, you slammed the door on him? Oh, we're off to
After
some
Ingvar
great
gets in.
relationships. Oh my gosh.
Right before I slam the door, I go, "Don't get too comfortable now."
All right, Tyler, would you like to describe your little hut to us?
Yeah, so inside the little hut here, so obviously there's a table and there's like a fireplace over in the corner with like something stewing in there. Bunch of like random like bottles of liquid and parts of animals and crap everywhere. So overall pretty cozy.
Alrighty. The inside's nice and warm and dry as well.
Oh, absolutely. Very warm, actually. It is very,
Finally.
very, very warm.
Super humid.
I was afraid you were going to curse me, but
Oh, no,
I'm really glad that you appreciate Danes.
Oh, no, dear, you look so exhausted. I'm so proud of you for getting through all of that. I'm so sorry. Sit down. And I give him like a little bit of like a stew type thing.
Okay.
Healing
Right here.
stew.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting outside on a rock trying to evaluate whether I should leave him or not.
He's just like, what is
You're
happening?
skulking. Just. So are you attempting to do a heal check, Tyler?
Yes, I will do heal check.
All right.
How does one do this?
So open up your character sheet, and then there's
Yes.
the skill heal, and just click on it, and it'll give the roll for it.
Booful.
Awesome. So yeah, the stew that you give, it has some healing herbs in it. It doesn't heal for too much, but it heals 2 health.
Perfect. That's all I need.
So you feel it's not only filling your tummy, but it's filling your heart, and you feel warm, and it has a little bit of a sour taste, but you feel that the sour taste is something that is healing.
Like a little eyeball kind of like rolls up out of the soup after he takes a big gulp of it.
All I've had is bread in the past few days, so this is great.
Oh, good. Stay
Hey,
here.
Goldie.
I go and open the door and I cast Daze on Godwin.
It just opens the door.
What?
Bam!
So we'll save that. We'll save.
We'll save Godwin. So you're sitting there contemplating, and the door opens up again. You kind of like look up expectantly, and she like throws this dust at you. I believe that's a save though, isn't it? Or no, that's a fail.
That is not. That is
not
totally a fail. Yeah.
So she like chucks this dust in your face, and similar to what happened to Ingvar, you're just like, you see stars, you stumble back, you fall off your rock, and you're just like, why?
I told you not to move. And then I slam the door again.
This is a crazy old lady. I love it. All right.
Who's,
I do know that
Saxon
he is
friend
the-
out there?
Listen, we'll call him my pet. That's my Saxon pet. He did save my life.
Oh.
If just bring him in here, maybe just give him some food, let him sleep on the floor. He'll behave.
Well, if you say so. I open the door and cast Daze again, and then I.
Oh my gosh. Roll another reflex or will save, Godwin.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh. So you're like just getting up and you're rubbing this like dust out of your eyes, and then the door opens up again and just another puff.
So I run over and I bind his hands behind his back real quick, and then I walk him in.
Okay, do a CMD versus CMB. So roll a CMB, Tyler, against Godwin's CMD. So
I
what's your
don't know
CMD?
what that means.
Wouldn't
so-
have a disadvantage.
CMB is against a CMD, so I roll CMB.
Yes. So
Yes.
yours is against his defense. So
Gotcha.
So 10, I'm guessing he's a monk. He probably has higher than 10.
Do I roll CMD
He is
as
dazed
well?
though.
No, you don't roll anything.
You
Brennan.
don't roll
It
anything.
just
It's
based.
kind of like AC. It's like AC
Okay.
for like grapple checks.
He is dazed though. I want to give that.
Daze just gets
It is
rid
true.
of actions, though. It doesn't give a negative towards CMD.
Sure.
If it was something that like removed, like made him flat-footed, then yeah, but it doesn't. So he
Makes sense.
still manages to, for being a Saxon, he's actually somewhat lithe and manages to slip his hands out and kind of gets back in somewhat of a defensive stance.
Oh,
Wait, woman?
take
Oh, you missed the key is slippery.
All right, do you come
I
in,
usher him
Godwin?
in. Yeah, I'm behind him, like.
Pushing him with your 11 strength.
Yes. Yep. So I'm over
No.
here, kind of like.
I'd come back. No, I have zero interest in this lady, this house. Like, I'm mostly just waiting outside, like, to see if he comes out. Like, I have zero interest in meeting this
Priest,
lady.
you
I'm
can
like,
come inside.
Michael Dane, he does not
Priest,
want to
it is
come
warm
in.
and there is food.
That is not the food that I want to eat. Thank you very much.
I slam the door.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
I would like to bear hug the priest
Bear.
to bring him inside.
Oh, you're trying to like hug him and bring him in. All right, CMD versus
Yes.
CMD. Oh yeah,
That's a natural 20.
that beats your CMD any day. So 22.
That's a natural 20.
So the door slams and then gets opened up again as Ingvar just like boom, boom, boom down the stairs, marches over to you, and you're like, "What are you doing?" And
What
he
do you-
just grabs you, picks you up, and like turns and starts walking you inside.
Oh my gosh.
How far in are you bringing him?
Just right here.
All right, you sitting him down then?
Let me.
And down, get beside.
Not on my good chair.
I'm just
You
gonna
put
drop him on the
Put
floor
him
and
on the
step away.
rickety one.
Can we just say that I put him on the rickety stair instead of dropping him?
Can you say that again? You cut out.
So yeah, I'm gonna put him on the rickety chair instead of dropping him.
So
That's what the mystic would
Ingvar walks
prefer.
you in and just like roughly sets you down on the chair. Let's see if the chair survives. Nope. So you get smashed down on this chair and it just caves underneath you. And now you're just
Great.
sitting on your ass on the ground.
And I basically crawl into the corner.
Really
like,
sorry about your chair.
I'm very much on the defensive.
This is all new. This culture is very different to yours. And I mean, in your backstory, you said that you had gone to Wales. So you had some experience with a little bit more rough people.
Scotland.
Scotland, not Wales. Sorry, Scotland.
Yeah.
So you have
It's
some
the
experience
Scots,
with
not
some
the
rough
Danes.
people. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is
And I've
definitely
yeah.
a new experience for you, and you're just overwhelmed with everything you just went through, and then also not really knowing what is going on, you know? So you're just kind of like in the corner, just like.
Do you have more of that delicious soup? He would love some. It would just, I know it would just warm up his heart to have some of that soup.
Okay.
I guess you can have a little bit. Given the rest what's in your bowl.
I have
to
zero
the priest.
interest. I'm not accepting. I'm just looking around. Like, I'm kind of like, can I like slip out? Like, I'm just kind of like trying to like are there? Oh, that's actually something I should check. I want to do a perception check to see if there's any other exits
Priest.
other than the door.
Eat.
All right.
Wow.
With the 23, would you have windows in your cabin, Tyler?
I honestly, I don't think I would.
Just the door?
Just from how much like protection and stuff I put out there, all the traps and stuff, I don't think I would have windows.
Okay. So, being the very defensive, paranoid woman that Lagash is, there is only one
Lagach.
door. Lagach.
Just saying. Yeah,
Lagach, there's only one door that is
Okay.
the only means of getting in and out of this cabin.
Okay. So I'm just kind of standing in the corner. I'm just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen. But I'm on the defensive. I don't really want to say anything. I'm really disturbed by the bodies outside.
I just remembered the bodies outside. The woman killed Saxons, and I'm just like, no, it's okay. Come in,
It's
you're
fine.
safe.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
that's the whole thing. I was just like, why would I go in there? So I'm just like, I'm ready to grab Ingvar and
And
myself
run.
out at any moment. But I'm just kind of standing there.
Okay. All right. So back to the wall. Very defensive. What are you guys doing?
I think I'm
I would like to
I'm
have a
over
comment.
kind of checking over on Ingvar, just making sure like any like scratches or bruises are covered, and
Okay.
he's happy,
Yeah.
nice and warm, and I
Priest,
put a
I like this
thing of
woman.
ale in front of him.
Yeah. So you give Ingvar a quick like once over, and even though he has some scratches and some stuff that's bandages up, he looks fine. He seems to be back to his full strength.
Beautiful.
Priest, she gives me ale to heal me. Where was my ale from you?
Picky.
I'm not
Shush now.
picky. If it's ale, it is ale. I do not care who made the ale as long as it is ale.
Shush and eat your food. Okay, so, Mr. Dane, where do you hail from?
I come from Kattegat. Have you heard of it?
GM, have I heard of that?
Give me a history, not local. What would it be?
There's a straight history check.
Yeah, just
Just
give
a
it.
history, just
Yeah,
straight
give
up
it
history.
history
Or
check.
There's
geography.
history or there's like,
Geography.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's-
geography. Do a
Yes,
geography.
please.
Okay.
Oh.
4.
You have never heard of Kattegat before in your life. If you have, you've totally forgotten about it.
No idea, but sounds nice.
Beautiful place, beautiful. Some of the best warriors come from Kattegat.
Now, why the hell are you out here with that?
And I point over at
Well,
It's called.
that's a long story. Yeah, priest, hang on. I got this one, okay? Normally you do the talking, I'll talk this time, okay? Anyways. So,
kind of glaring at Godwin
Yeah,
for
well.
interrupting Ingvar.
I like this woman. So,
You're like,
here I
you're like
was.
his mom. That's so great.
Came to this land, a lot of my other warriors, we just wanted to come kill some Saxons, take some of their stuff. Nothing big, right? Normal stuff.
Yeah,
A lot of went wrong, got captured, went to jail, broke out of jail, killed everyone that was there. Got stabbed in the back, don't know who did. Woke up in this priest's church, and then his own men even wanted him dead. Can you believe that? No one wants a priest alive. Anyways, fast forward, right? They kicked us away from his church. Apparently they didn't want a priest in a church. It's weird. I haven't grasped the concept yet. We've been running for a long time. Finally we came across your house. He's all scared because Saxon's hanging. No big deal. We'll see it all the time. Anyways, so yeah, that brings us to now.
It's a good
could
recap.
you
Thank you.
could you
Thank you.
describe the people that captured you in the first place?
Hey DM, I need to know what this one has to describe. 'Cause I
Yeah,
didn't
so
know
you
if
can
they
give
were
a
Dane or
description
Saxon.
of the leader that I described, Leonard.
Okay.
You can
Yeah,
give
so
his
I'm
name.
gonna-
You would have known his name as well.
Okay, so yeah, his name was Leonard. He looked like, I'm just gonna go on about what he looked like because honestly, he was bald, kind of. So,
Mhm.
yeah, I tell her about him.
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm checking my backstory here real quick.
It's so nice
Leonard,
having
you
3
say?
players.
Okay, I'm not sure about that.
Slave trader. You ever heard about him? Leonard the slave trader, maybe.
I think
Yeah.
just to break metagame or whatever. I forgot the name that I sent you, Tyler. What was the name that I?
Do you want me to just whisper it to you?
That was the name of this labor. I just forgot the name,
Oh.
so I just made up one on the spot.
Alistair was
Alistair.
the name that you sent
That's
me.
right. The guy's name was Alistair. Just to retcon
So
that real quick.
So not Leonard,
No.
Alistair.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
not Leonard.
Yes.
Okay, Alistair is so much better than Leonard.
I know. I was just trying to think of a quick name.
Okay.
'Cause I forgot
well,
what
then
I
we'll
said.
rewind a few seconds here.
Yes.
Alistair.
Alistair. Horrible man.
Yes, I quite recall. And
You had a run-in with him, huh?
did you kill him?
Yes. He's dead.
Yes, I did.
Oh, oh, oh!
Jesus.
I'm just like glaring in absolute bewilderment. I'm like holding onto my cross hardcore. I'm just like, I'm hoping that the second coming is about to happen.
Oh man.
Jesus walks through that door and just saves you.
Yeah, that's what he's hoping for at this point.
Well, why didn't you just open with that? Welcome to my home. Here, come with me. Come with me.
And I kind of
Priest,
grab.
come on.
No, he can stay. No,
And I grab Ingvar by
Poor
like
Godwin.
his scruff of the neck, and I kind of like start dragging him over to a corner. And on the corner, on the table, I
This
have a little
corner.
knapsack.
This corner over here.
Yes, sir.
All
And I
right.
have a little knapsack that I dump out on the table, and on there is a couple items. There are 2 minor healing potions. There is one like bomb-looking thing, and there is a little cylinder with like a needle attached to it with like some liquid inside.
come. Pick any one of these.
That one in the middle. The ball.
Meanwhile, they're kind of far away from the door. I'm just like inching towards the
Okay.
door.
All right. Just to give a little bit of an explanation. So, Lagach Mugain, since Tyler won't be able to make it to every session, when he has to leave, essentially what it's going to be is he's taking care of his shop. And when he comes back, he'll have new
Okay.
shop items. So what this will be is a place for you to either buy or sell items through your travels.
I
Just
don't.
to explain.
I don't keep any of like the revenue or anything like that. It's nothing extra to me. The gold that you spend, just as a quick pointer. So
Yeah.
you're not making me rich. You're
And if he wanted to buy some, he could buy his own products with his
Yes,
own money.
okay.
Essentially, it's like having
Gotcha.
money towards your own company. Like you're not going to pull from your own company's money. Essentially,
Right.
he's just investing back into his company. So, yeah. So
It
there's
is.
two little potion bottles with this strange-looking concoction, which is 2 minor healing potions that he has crafted, which have healing properties. There is a bomb-looking thing, and then there's the little vial that he was talking about. Little
I do
cylinder.
like the bomb-looking thing.
Oh yes, the spore bomb. Wonderful little gadget. I made it.
What does it do?
Towards the door.
Hang on. I would like to make a perception check to see if I can see this priest trying to escape.
You know what? I'll make one too, just because we're both in the same room.
So,
We're both like this
as you guys are doing this, Ingvar, you kind of notice that you look over and you notice Godwin. You get to the door, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like they're distracted. You reach your hand up to reach the handle.
Oh, you're just here.
It's locked.
Damn it.
Tyler locked it.
I made sure.
Yeah, he texted me. He texted me. He's like, I lock it.
Nice.
And meanwhile, they look back at me, and as I like reach for the door, I basically do that like, oh, like kind of like fiddling with my hair. Like, nothing to see here. Not doing anything.
I think the priest might be going mad.
I cast daze on him.
Oh my gosh, is that a cantrip?
It is, yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're just casting it nonstop. All right, well safe.
Fuck his hand.
Nope.
All right, you nope. So right after I throw kind of like some random dust at you, like I could, and I turn to Ingvar. Could you put him back in his corner, please?
Yes. Priest,
don't know
do you
why
want
he
to walk your
keeps
corner, or
interrupting
shall
me.
I move you?
I
Priest,
thought you
would you
said
like
he
to
was a
walk, or
good
shall I
pet.
move you? Thank you.
He
I thought you
reluctantly
said he
walks
was a
back to
good
his
pet, Dane. Why?
Sometimes,
acting up.
sometimes he takes a little bit of ushering.
I am no one's pet.
He's in a rebellious stage.
Oh my gosh.
Those ears. Yes, I've had many children. Yes.
Meanwhile, I'm really starting to question, like, why I saved this guy in the first place. Really, really regretting it. Like, I'm fighting with my beliefs at the moment.
Priest,
Because he's totally
eat
just
the soup,
disregarding the fact that, like, I abandoned,
Mhm.
like, everything to save him, and now I'm just getting, like, insult after insult after insult.
yeah, but you have to remember, what you abandoned had a lot of meaning to you.
Not to them.
You didn't care about
Yeah.
any of those people.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
very,
I'm not saying that for
very,
you. I'm just describing what my character's going through.
I'm very,
I know,
very
you're
much
just like,
taking
I just
from
lost
the
everything.
Vikings TV show.
Mhm.
Kind of, yeah, that
I like
treatment
it.
there. Very, very much taken from that.
Yeah. All right. So back to the market. Ingvar is now somewhat angry, standing in the corner. Or not Ingvar, Godwin.
Godwin.
I keep saying Ingvar. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
All right. So
At
you
this
said
point,
you're
I
interested
just-
in. Oh, sorry.
At this point, I'm just sitting down on the floor, just kind of just thinking through everything.
Okay.
Eat the soup, priest.
I
I'd
have-
like to make an intimidation check to make him eat the soup.
I mean, you can. Yeah.
When he, if I can help out with that, I'm gonna give Ingvar some shackles and I kind of point over and effort to help with the
Oh my gosh,
intimidation.
poor Godwin. He went through hell, and now
I'm
everyone's just
trying-
taunting him.
I'm trying to help him by making him eat food. Is that so wrong?
What would intimidate be against? Will?
Yeah, you could do a will save.
Damn it. My will saves are pathetic.
I know, especially
No.
since wisdom is like your thing. You're just rolling
Yeah.
really low. So
Well,
You're-
priest, are you gonna eat the soup?
Well, should I be hitting will or should I be hitting wisdom?
No,
will
Will.
is wisdom. It's the
Because there's
save
two
for
buttons.
wisdom.
Because there's a will roll and then there's like a wisdom roll.
So will is
Your
the
ability
save
rolls
throw.
are different than your save rolls.
Okay.
You were trying to save against his intimidation.
Okay.
So
So I sheepishly grab the soup and I'm like, it can't get any worse. So I just start eating.
the soup
You're
is
gonna
actually
need this strength, or if we have to outrun more.
the soup is actually surprisingly good. Have you taken any damage?
No. Well, no, 2 damage
Two
because
damage.
Yeah, he took 2 damage because he fell in the hole.
Roll a heal check, Lagutch. Oh, did you just roll 10?
Wait,
Yep.
did you roll a natural 1 and still get a 10?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my
He's got
god.
really high heal.
So I'm healed back up, I'm assuming.
No, he failed on his heal check. So the
Oh,
stew
okay.
doesn't heal you, but it is very good. It tastes very good.
Okay.
And you
There's
feel,
also an eyeball in that one.
despite
It's
the
the
gross
only
things,
comfort I have in
despite
only
the gross
comfort I have
things
in this
floating in
world.
it, it actually tastes pretty good.
Okay. I'm just kind of sitting in the corner. I'm just like, I can die
Traumatized.
now. I'll just eat this soup. If I die, it's kind of like whatever.
Priest, you should grow in comfort knowing that this mystic is to me what you are to the Saxons.
I kind of hear, like, I sort of like perk up, but then I just look back down at the soup and I just continue to slowly eat. Like, I get what he's saying, but I'm also like, I don't even care.
Yeah.
Just kill me.
And I kind of pat you on the back, but like really hard, but it's not quite hard to you because it feels like a feather on the back. But I'm like,
Yeah!
Smacking me.
Oh gosh. All right. So you had mentioned you were interested in the spore bomb.
Yes.
All right. So the spore bomb is 100 GP, 100 gold pieces.
But
100?
if you do remember, I said that he could grab any one of them. Earlier.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is like a first gift.
Yeah, this
That I
is
have to
kind of
buy.
like it's kind of like drugs. You want to give the first one,
Oh.
kind of bring them in.
So they keep coming back for more.
You know that makes sense since you're giving me in a creepy hut in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Lines
Good
up.
analogy.
Oh my gosh. All right. So yeah. So if you would like, you could pick the bomb,
Yes.
and then I will send you the stats for them.
I have
Alright.
edited the shop thing already. So
I didn't have it saved though. You deleted it. Did you delete it?
yeah, I deleted it.
Okay. Well, I'll make new stats for it, or I'll just look back in the recording and see what it said.
All
Because
right.
I was about to
Yeah,
copy
you're
and
okay.
paste it.
I won't use it
My
for
bad.
this assessment. So you're all good.
Okay. All right. So you take this, and the spore bomb is like this weird cage around a ton of like moss, and there's like an acorn in there, but it's all very tightly bound together. And you would think that if you were to throw it, it would all burst out in this huge spore explosion that would. I think what it did is it put like blinding on something.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
in a 10-foot radius,
That
I
makes
believe
sense.
it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm very sorry. My name is Ingvar. What is yours?
Oh, Ingvar. What a good name. I'm Liga.
Liga.
Liga, yeah.
And this priest is Brother Godwin. I don't know who he is brother to, but Godwin.
Brother.
Tried telling me earlier that he was my father. It's not true. I know it not to be true, but
Like I
Father.
kind of look up at him as he explains this because he's totally explaining it wrong, but I'm just kind of like whatever.
this is my first time in Saxon territory. I don't know anything.
Broken Godwin, guys.
Because I totally told him like he didn't have to call me that, and I'm like, wait, what? Okay, never mind.
All right. Is there anything you guys would like to do before bedding down, or are you gonna let them stay in your cabin, Tyler? What's the
Oh
plan?
yeah.
Oh, so you look pretty down, pretty tired. So I have a spare bed in the corner. You can pull out and sleep on,
Little
and
futon.
yep, and get yourself all good there. There's a little bit of hay in that corner where you're sitting, brother Godwin. So why don't you just hang there? And
That's perfect. I am feeling very exhausted.
before you go to bed, I just have one quick question. Where you headed?
I kind of look up at her, and I'm kind of like, I haven't really thought of that thought about it too much at this point.
Well, eventually Valhalla, but until that point, I don't know.
Ah, yes. Oh, well, I guess tomorrow brings another day, is the weird Saxon people say. I don't know, just the thing.
Is
So-
that what you say, priest?
Not exactly, but I suppose if we needed to go somewhere safe, or I suppose if
Lights
we
out!
needed,
And I start going around and putting out all the candles and stuff.
Poor priest.
So,
Oh,
Godwin.
and you have to you have to put these on.
And I toss a thing of shackles to Godwin.
So I just put Godwin on a new page really quick. So
Okay.
you having lived in England, you would know
Mhm.
the surrounding areas. You were near York. You were probably about here.
Right.
When everything went down, you ran kind of down this way, towards
Okay.
more of like the swampy area. So you're not sure where, but you're somewhere in this area. You
Okay.
know that there's two close, I wouldn't say close cities, but two cities that you could probably get to within a few days' travel: Durham and Chester. Chester would probably be the closer of the two options.
Right. Plus, it's kind of away from where the fighting's happening.
Exactly. Because, Durham and Jarrow and all those, that's where a lot of the Danes are coming from, and you're kind of just like wanting to escape all this. So Chester.
Do I have any? Do I have any like?
Is a great place.
Do I have any friends in the southern parts of like Mercia, West? Do I like? Is there anybody that I know in those parts?
I mean, you would probably know some people in Winchester. Winchester is a pretty big city. Canterbury is also pretty large. Chester, I wouldn't say you would know anybody. However, though.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to go back to York because, well, actually.
Yeah, you don't want to go to York.
Well, I don't, but like part of me is kind of like, did the king like intend for that to happen, like when he gave that order, or like should I tell him what happened, or so that's kind of like racing through my brain right now. But York is basically under attack, so that's not going to be a good idea anyway.
It's under siege.
So I think I'm starting to like think as I'm kind of sitting there in my corner, I'm thinking like at least, whether or not Ingvar is going to come with me or not. If I can manage to get out, I'm going to head towards Chester and maybe find some of my contacts in Winchester and let them know like what's happening and what happened to like my church and the atrocities that are happening. So that's kind of what's getting in my mind. Like if I can get out, I'll go there, and if Ingvar wants to come with me for some reason, then he can follow me. But if not, I'm going to make my way to the south.
All right. So this is all what's going on in Can I just remove this? Does that move everybody? No, it doesn't. Well, that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, you have to physically drag us to the other ones.
What if I... Nope, that doesn't do it. Reset player? Nope. Well, I'm just going to have to move him individually now.
Yep. Oh,
because I can move all players, but
yeah,
it's not pulling him for some reason. All right. So that's what's going through your mind, Godwin. You're trying to think ahead. To jump into the mind of Ingvar. It is now at this point that you guys are starting to bed down when Lagach starts just putting out all the lights, and she hops into bed and just rolls over and just like instantly falls asleep. You find, a comfortable spot where, where she said there was like a spare bed, where it's basically just a cot. Just a somewhat thick cushion you lay down on, and you're finally getting to breathe after, many days and weeks of turmoil and fighting and everything. You're finally getting a moment's breather. And this is when your thoughts begin to wander. You start thinking about your plans, what you're going to be doing. So what's going through Ingvar's mind at the moment?
Well, last I remember, I was headed to York with the army when I got stabbed in the back, and the only one who was there with me was my uncle, so he must have seen who stabbed me in the back, and I gotta make sure my uncle's okay. I do want to go to York, but seeing as we're running kind of away from that direction right now, being chased, I understand I might have to take a detour. So I might have to follow along with the priest for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
And follow him through his land.
Okay. And Lagach, what is going through your mind as these two new travelers who you haven't had friends in many years now? I don't remember your backstory, but you said it was like 3 years that you've been hiding out in this swamp, just trying to escape Saxons.
Can I guess what's going through mine? Is it?
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit deeper than that, but yeah. So it's I think I'm just a little bit suspicious. Not too much, seeing as the Danes were my cousins basically.
Mm-hmm.
With him, I'm not sure what's going on with the Saxon dude. I'm kind of trying to figure out, or not Saxon, but you know what I mean.
The priest.
The priest.
Well, I am Saxon, but yeah.
All right, so the Saxon dude trying to figure out, exactly how he fits in this and what I need to, do there. Again, not too worried because it does look like Ingvar has Godwin under control.
Ouch.
I love it. I love it.
So, yeah, I think that's kind of where my head is before, like I said earlier.
Conking out.
Yep.
You've spent many nights in this swamp, and you know how to just fall asleep instantly,
Oh.
essentially.
Oh, I'm 73 years old, dude. I go to
Jeez,
sleep.
you're old.
Yeah.
All right. As you all begin to fall asleep in different levels of comfort, some of you more comfortable than others, and others more in a better mental state. Poor Godwin.
Just
Ingvar,
say I'm fucked. Just go for it.
he's fucked up right now. Ingvar, you begin dreaming, and you're getting flashbacks and flashes of everything you've experienced in the past few days. You have a flashback of the prison that you spent many nights in, flashbacks of you fleeing, flashbacks of running away with Godwin, this priest now who, whether you wanted to or not, it seems to be attached with you at the hip. And that is when you then begin to have somewhat of a shady image of the pain in your back again. You're falling, and in this dream, you're beginning to recall information that at the time you didn't notice. And as you're falling, you slowly turn and you look. Give me a perception.
Might have me roll perception. You know this ain't gonna end well.
One above what you needed.
My goodness. Why'd you put it at 10 for my DC? You know I have to get a 5 or up.
It's not that hard of a DC. It was just to see if
Yeah.
you could dream lucidly enough. You're remembering and you're following, and the pain in your back is almost like phantom pain. You know, where people like lose a hand, but they can still feel their hand. It's somewhat pain like that, where the pain in real life had almost gone at this point. Godwin and Legach had both healed you up enough to the point where it wasn't hurting. But in this dream, the pain comes back and it flares up, and you're falling, and you turn and you look, and you quickly glance around, and you don't see other individuals. There's no one else there other than your uncle. Your uncle is standing above you with a dagger, bloodied, in his hands.
That son of a...
You all wake up. Legach has already been awake for a little bit now. Being old, she sleeps for like 2 hours and then is ready to go. She's already up. She's been making breakfast now, and you guys are both, having been pretty exhausted after sprinting and everything, you are pleasantly waking up to the smell of... What are you cooking, Tyler?
I think mainly it would be like frog eggs. Considering it's a swamp area.
Yeah.
It's like frog eggs. I assume there's like wild pigs and stuff, so I probably got some like bacon.
Boar.
Boar, whatever, bacon and stuff cooking. Enough from that sort of junk.
Okay.
So basically, a pretty good feast, of which I set in front of Ingvar, and basically I'm like, any extras, the priest can go ahead and get the table
Take the
scraps there.
scraps.
So there's these 2 plates, and Ingvar sits down, and Legach pushes this huge plate. It's way too large for him single-handedly. I mean, there's literally like the head of the boar is like on his plate, and then there's like the rear end of the pig that you just slide over, which is like small cuts and like a few other things that you slide over to Godwin. I mean, it's enough food. It's enough to fill him up, but you definitely gave favoritism towards Godwin in this situation.
Yep.
You mean Ingvar?
Ingvar.
Yep.
Eventually you'll get it right.
Eventually.
Godwin is fed. I made sure,
Yes.
for Ingvar, Godwin is fed enough to keep his strength.
Yes.
I've
It's
meanwhile,
good.
over the course of the evening, like, I've been really, really thinking about it, and while I'm very disturbed about the bodies outside, I've just decided, like, I've seen shaman, like, in, like, Scotland. I've experienced a lot of that, and I kind of realized, like, I let my emotions kind of get the better of me, so I kind of just, I take it thankfully. I don't question it. Like, I don't question the fact that, he's getting more. I just kind of, like, take it with a nod. Like, I'm trying to, like, have a good attitude and trying to remember that this very, like, creepy looking person in front of me is, like, a person I need to, like, care about as well, even though, like, I'm not being taken care of at all. So I
They're
just
all
kind of
God's
take it with
creatures.
a nod. That's right. So I just kind of take it with a nod, and I'm, not speaking, but also, like, not trying to, like, make waves.
Okay. Godwin, the passive hippie.
Yep.
All right, so you guys enjoy a tasty breakfast provided to you by your host, Legach. What's the plan, guys? What's at this point? You guys have gotten through kind of like the tutorial. You're all together now, and now it's really up to you guys where and what you guys want to do. If I check
Ingvar.
Discord, it's going to get rid of all the cams.
So Ingvar,
Gotcha.
I kind of,
Slash W and then DM.
Gotcha. Here. Go ahead, Godwin.
Okay. So I'm like speaking up kind of like for the first time, just kind of very softly speaking. So Ingvar, now that you've found one of your own, what is your plan now?
Well, after realizing last night, I'm going to kill my uncle. But I can't exactly.
It's just laughs.
Thank you. I can't exactly go back to kill my uncle right now because there seems to be some men chasing us because of your church being unholy or something, whatever the gods decided. So I'm going to tag along with you in your adventures for the time being.
I'm kind of like surprised. Like I'm just kind of expecting him to like go back off to York and kind of do what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, why on earth would you want to follow me? I'm probably going to be heading down to Chester until I can eventually return and take care of my church in York. It's not exactly going to be incredibly exciting.
Well, if it was my, if my uncle is the one that had killed me, or tried to kill me, then there's no telling how many others.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, it cut out.
You cut out. He's still frozen.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Ingvar and his shitty connection, man.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
So, if my uncle wanted me dead, then they're a problem now. And I can't go back and me can't stand up against the Saxon army alone. I have much choice than to go with you.
I kind of look at him confused. I'm like, how do you know that your uncle tried to kill you? Or no. Why did your uncle try to kill you? Excuse me.
Wrong story.
Gosh, your connection, Roadway.
Wow. Yeah.
I believe I had since Saxons. Listen, you're connected.
All I heard was,
can you guys hear
listen,
me now?
your connection.
Yeah, now we can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
now we can. So start from the
Okay.
beginning, because I asked...
Since landing in Saxon territory, what's the beginning? What was your question that you had asked? Again?
Why did your uncle try to kill you, was my question.
I believe my uncle tried to kill me because since landing in Saxon territory, I have gained a lot more fame than he could have ever dreamed of.
Okay.
So I believe that he was jealous.
Okay.
Is that the
Sorry.
Is that the wound that I found you with?
Yes, he had stabbed me in the back with a dagger.
And threw you in the river, apparently. I drug you out of the river, my friend.
Then the river is where I will kill my uncle. I will meet him in a river and I will drown him.
I'm just, all the talk of like killing relatives is, not pleasing to my ears. It's like very
Yeah,
well.
I think you should totally like that.
I'm just like, yeah, makes sense.
It's like, well,
How do I whisper to the DM?
/W. And then
GM.
space GM.
And then space, and then your words.
GM, that's what it is.
Use your words.
Yeah, so essentially, just because Roberry's mic keeps cutting out, he feels that his uncle was jealous because he had gained much fame in the short time that he was there. So out of jealousy, he attempted to take him out of the equation. And
Well-
now he desires revenge.
Well, you may follow me to Chester if you wish. Though I will warn you, I will be talking a lot about how vengeance doesn't belong to us and all that kind of stuff that you probably won't want to hear. But that's what
Then
you're
I will
going to hear
continue to
if
ignore
follow me
you,
to
but I will
Chester.
follow. I will ignore every word, but I will follow.
I know a few brothers in Chester that can perhaps help us and send word about what has happened.
They will help me kill my uncle.
These are monks, my boy. They will help you do no such thing.
If you give them a weapon, they're just another person.
I just kind of shake my head. I'm just like, talking to him is pointless. So, at this point, are we, like, getting ready to leave, or...
Yes, so I was just wrapping it up. So you guys are planning on going to Chester, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you guys kind of start packing up your stuff and getting ready. And
I take the shackles off of him now. Godwin, I take the shackles off, so he has free movement.
I kind of nod with a thank you.
I don't notice.
She's already gone back to work. And is at this point that you guys basically tell Legach what your plans are, but she says, "Oh, I've got stuff to do here. I've got to manage my cabin, and I've got Saxons to kill." And she has to set up all
That's
of her
what you're
traps.
looking for.
Yeah. She has to set up all of the traps that you guys set off again. So she's got work to do.
Going
So,
priest.
in other words, Tyler will not be making next session. So it'll just
Gotcha.
be the two of you. But yes, so you guys set out
before
in
we
the morning.
leave.
Yeah.
Before we leave, I'm gonna use a persuasion check to persuade Legach to let the bodies down so I can give them a proper burial.
No.
All right. Give a diploma.
That's,
What are you going to say if you're going to do this? What are you going to say?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna ask. What? May I ask? Why did you like? What did those poor souls deserve to be strung up outside like that?
Is he joking?
I'm asking Ingvar.
he doesn't quite understand yet.
I don't know how to answer your question.
Just to give you some clarification, Tyler, those Saxons were people that had kind of stumbled into your swamp, and you had just slowly whittled them down to the point that you were able to take them on, and you just did it out of more self-defense and so that they wouldn't tell anybody that you were there.
All right, that works.
Well, I would like to humbly request that I can take them down and give a burial. It's very important to me and my people that I be able to do this.
Well, they, why?
It is important to my faith. I promise I will cause you no harm or any harm to your property. Just allow me to bury them.
Will you replace them at any point?
No.
They're kind of like, to award, like, hey, you found a cabin and dead people. Go away.
Go away.
Sorry, I will not be replacing them. But if you could grant me this one hospitality, I'd be very, very grateful.
I look over at Ingvar.
Legat, maybe we should let him have just like one body. See if that'll make him happy. There's just one body, right? You'll have another.
Sure. Okay. You can have the one on the right. I don't really like his look. He has kind of weird bone structure.
Can I do a persuasion check at this point to do both?
Do a diplomacy check against Legash's will.
Oh, crap.
Nope.
Oh, wow.
Nope.
Hang on, Legat may roll a natural one as well.
I'm pretty sure
There's still a
Legash's
chance.
will is still higher even with a natural one.
So I need to do my will then?
Yeah, will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so your Godwin's like, yeah, but two, and Legax is like, no.
No.
One, take it or leave it.
So I'm upset, but one's better than two. So I go and I take the one down and I bury it and do last rites.
Alrighty.
I'm standing
While he's doing that-
I'm like kind of watching.
God,
like,
don't worry.
like really
Go ahead.
interested in kind of what he's doing there. Kind of.
And like as I'm saying the mass, even though I can't
don't
bury
worry.
the other one, I'm also praying for the other one as well. Just
Okay.
before I leave, just doing everything I possibly can.
Alright.
I understand he took this body from you. I'll replace it for you next time we come. Just don't tell the priest.
Oh, I can't wait to see you again, Ingvar. All right, dearie.
I can't wait either.
This is gonna turn into a really creepy relationship. It goes past like mother and son. It's gonna go into like
I've
Listen.
already packed him like a lunch, and like there's like
Godwin, don't talk bad about my mom, my new mom.
You check your satchel, Ingvar, and there it like feels heavier, so you look inside and there's like several rations worth of food in there.
Yeah, she packed my favorite today.
Oh my gosh.
I
So
just find a rock.
there's like a little like an art. I use arcane mark, and I put like a little heart on the inside of his satchel.
leave a little love note.
Mom's the best.
Yeah.
Love you. Have a good day at
Mom's the
school.
Enjoy your raid.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, so you guys
Fuck you, my
take
Ray
off,
Shadowlet.
and that's where we will be picking up next week. We had still a few technical difficulties, but we're slowly and surely working those out. Hopefully, it'll get to the point where everything will just run nice and
Less
smoothly.
than last week.
Yeah, it's a lot less than last week. I'm not going to have to cut out as much. Went from like a 5-hour session to 3-hour video. But yeah, so that's where we'll be picking up tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next week, as Godwin and Ingvar travel out to Chester.